check, check, check. All right, Madam Clerk, we're ready? All right, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, are we ready to report out?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are. On item number 1A, first of all, the city council met in closed session to discuss pending litigation. There were 3 items listed on the special city council agenda. Item number 1A, Teresa Ramirez versus City of Southgate. This involves a claim from an accident involving a city vehicle. The matter is pending litigation right now. There's a presentation made by the city attorney's office on a motion by Councilmember Hurtado and seconded by Councilmember Rios. And on a vote of 4-0, the city council authorized the city attorney and city manager to engage in settlement negotiations in an effort to settle the case, and authorize the city manager to execute an agreement if those negotiations were satisfactory. Item number 1B, Celia Brown versus City of Southgate, is announced before we went into closed session. That matter was tabled, and there were no discussions in closed session there. That involves a claim of an individual who slipped on a city sidewalk. Item number 1C, Raul Lara and Maria Velasquez versus City of Southgate. City Council received a presentation by the city attorney with respect to a proposed settlement that matter. Upon completion of that presentation, there was a motion made by Councilmember Hurtado and seconded by Josh Brown. And on a vote of, I want to clarify the record because my notes were inaccurate here. So let me start again. Item number 1A, Teresa Ramirez for City of Southgate. That was a motion made by Councilmember Gil Hurtado, seconded by Mayor Barone, and on a vote of 4-0.
On 1A, it was myself and Vice Mayor Al Rios. On 1C, it was, I'm sorry, it was Gil Hurtado and Al Rios was 1A. On
Right, that's correct.
1C was Gil Hurtado and myself.
And that's what I had originally, but I thought I had it wrong.
Yeah.
So I was wrong about being wrong.
Yeah.
Thank
had
you.
it.
So let me go back. And that's right. So item number 1C, Raul Lara, Maria Velasquez for City of Southgate. It's involved a claim, a lawsuit of a collision with the city vehicle. Motion made by Councilmember Hurtado, seconded by Mayor Barone, and there was a vote of 4-0 to approve the settlement. The amount of settlement will be disclosed pursuant to the Brown Act. Councilwoman Maria Davila was not present in any of the discussions, and there were no further items discussed in closed session.
All right, thank you very much. Open up to any member here in the audience if they'd like to speak on any of the closed session items. Seeing none, I'll close in person. Anybody on Zoom?
And there is no one on Zoom.
All right, we'll go ahead and close the Zoom portion. Any emails, Madam Clerk, that came in?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close the closed session and adjourn the special meeting. Madam Clerk, you let me know when we're ready for the regular meeting.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to the Southgate City Council meeting, a regular agenda meeting for Tuesday, August 11th. It is now 6:31 p.m. Madam Clerk, the invocation will be done by Tina De La Rosa, our Director of Parks and Recs, and the Pledge of Allegiance by Chief Manuel Arana.
Please stand. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight just being thankful for all the blessings that you bestow upon us each and every day, Lord. We just ask that you be with us tonight as we discuss the city business. Just give us clarity of thought and help us to make good decisions for the city and just moving things forward. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Continue standing. Please place our flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Barón,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rios, Vice Mayor Rios? Mike?
Present.
Councilmember Avalos?
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Present.
Councilmember Davila is excused. City Treasurer De La Paz?
Present.
City Manager Houston?
Present.
City Attorney Salinas?
Present.
Thank you.
Before we get started, I'm going to make the announcement for the translation. Si alguien en the audience, how do you say audience in Spanish? I'm sorry.
Audiencia.
Audiencia, necesita audífonos para la transición, puede levantar sus manos. No, that's nadie. Okay. We'll go ahead and get started. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff recommends that the City Council continue the public hearing to August 25th, 2026.
All right, thank you. And making the presentation, Mr. City Manager,
We're moving.
are we going to be,
Yes, we have a presentation. Kick it over to our Administrative Services Director, Luis Frosto.
Are we continuing the item still? We're on item
number
1.
Continuing, sorry, I thought we were on item number 2.
That's all right.
Yeah. it's
Item
okay.
number 1 will be continued at your discretion. The applicant wasn't able to make this meeting, and at their request, had asked for us to move it to the next meeting. It's been noticed, so the appropriate action would be to continue.
Okay, so
Yeah.
do we need to make a motion, Mr. City Attorney, to continuance to the next?
That's correct, because it's the subject of a public notice, so we need to specify the exact date and time.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to continue.
Okay,
So can we just, the date that we're going to continue
To August 25th, to the recommended date.
at 6:30 PM?
At 6:30, yes.
Thank you.
okay, we have a first and second by Al Rios.
Thank you. Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and go to item number 2.
City Council will consider receiving and filing the investment strategy update presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. And making this presentation, the City Manager?
I gave a little window into it, so back to Luis Frosto, our Administrative Services Director, to kick things off.
Thank you, City Manager, City Council, Mayor, members of the public. We have with us our investment advisor who's going to be presenting an investment strategy update on behalf of Meter. About less than a year ago, we hired or we contracted with Meter Investments to handle or manage the city's investments. Prior to that, investments were handled in-house. But we felt that we needed the expertise of a third party. Thank you. We felt that we needed the expertise of a third party to better manage our investments in a way that complies with state law, but also maximizes our returns. And so with us representing Meter is Jim McCourt, who is our investment advisor. He's going to go ahead and present, and I'll have a copy of this presentation to hand you guys at the end.
There we go. All right. Good to be with you. Jim McCourt with Meter Public Funds. Not sure if any of you remember, but I think back in March, I was sitting back there at one of these city council meetings throughout the entire meeting when we were voted on to get hired as the new investment manager for the city. But I didn't get to speak with you at that time. Thank you. And so now that we've been working with the city for a few months, we've had a whole quarter under our belt, finished up the most recent fiscal year as well. I thought it'd be a good idea just to come give you an idea of what we're doing with the portfolio, what our plans are going forward, how we see the market, and really kind of what the opportunities look like for the city's investments moving forward. So Louis was kind enough to invite me in here to speak with you for a few minutes. So I don't want to get too in depth. I know I'll try to keep this relatively brief, but I also want to make sure that while I'm here, I'm able to answer any questions you have about why we're brought on board, what we're doing with the city, and how we really work with public entities all around the country to manage their investments. So the first thing On the slides, I think it's all up here. Some of you have it in front of you as well. Just a quick about us, who we are. Like Louis said, we went through a national procurement process. We were glad to be selected as the city's fiduciary investment advisor. Meter has been managing public funds since 1990 personally, and I'm serving as the lead advisor for the city's investments. I've been doing this for 18 years, working exclusively with public entities. We work with over 450 municipalities and public agencies around the country, about 50 or so in California, over $180 billion of public entity funds under advisement. So it's this is our wheelhouse. This is what we do with our clients. We work with their operating funds and bond proceeds to help maximize the return, but also, within the context of public funds investing, the objectives are safety, liquidity, and then yield. So that's what we're doing and making sure that we follow the California Government Code 53601 as far as making sure that everything is compliant with code and with the city's investment policy. So before I get into what the city's portfolio looks like right now, I just want to give a quick rundown on what's going on briefly with the economy, but most importantly with interest rates and with Federal Reserve policy, which really dictates interest rates, because what you are allowed to invest in is essentially fixed income types of securities. So you're buying interest rate products. So what the market is giving you really determines what your ultimate income is going to be on this portfolio based on what the interest rate environment is at any particular point in time. So what we have developed is what we call this FIGGI model. It's an acronym for Fed funds, inflation, growth, employment, and yields. So there's a lot of noise going on in the economy and in the markets at all times, but this kind of boils it down to what are the main things that the Fed is looking at to determine the level of interest rates that they're going to set monetary policy at. And so largely they're trying to work toward their dual mandate from Congress of price stability measured by inflation and full employment. So that's the employment side of the dual mandate. And they're really always trying to fight a balancing act there. They're, when they're trying to spur the economy, spur a slowing labor market, spur slowing growth, they would tend to lower interest rates to make things more stimulative. And when inflation goes pretty high, they want to raise interest rates to try to slow down an overheating economy. So that's the balance they're always trying to strike with the level of interest rates to achieve their dual mandate of price stability and full employment. And heading into this year, I'm not sure how close any of you follow what they're doing with interest rates, but the Fed, coming out of the pandemic a few years ago, had raised rates very aggressively to fight all the inflation that came out of the reopening of the economy, all the stimulus that went in that created record amounts of inflation. The Fed raised interest rates over 5% in 2021, 2022. Now, over the last year and a half or so, the Fed had started cutting interest rates. So they cut interest rates by a full percentage point at the end of 2024. They cut interest rates by another 3/4 of percentage point, 3/4 of 1 percentage point at the end of 2025. And the expectation widely was going to be that at some point at the end of this year, second half of this year, they would continue cutting interest rates. That all really changed a few months ago with the onset of the war in Iran. When that broke out, energy prices started spiking all over the world again. It really reignited a lot of the inflation pressures that they thought they had gotten under control over the last few years. So what this graph is showing you here is really the futures market's anticipation of where that Fed funds rate was going to go. The Fed funds rate is the overnight interest rate that the Federal Reserve controls. So earlier in the year, they were expecting 2 to 3 more rate cuts by the end of this year. Now that has completely flipped the script to where the market is now anticipating 1 to 2 rate hikes before the end of the year. And so this also, it's a pretty significant change in expectation, but it also just shows me how quickly these things can change and how unexpectedly they can change. And so when we're working with entities like yourself, what we want to do is be more focused on diversification, being able to react to any market environment, and not necessarily trying to time the market one way or another in any particular direction, but working closely with the city's staff to make sure that we are putting an appropriate amount of funds that you have available into the long-term investment portfolio. So working, number one, with your cash flow, and then two, working more to diversify and build stability into your income projections, regardless of what's going to happen in the market. Couple more things real quick on what this change in expectation has led to. The top thing, the top portion of the chart that you're looking at here is how the Treasury yield curve, so we can get into some wonky terms maybe, but this is looking at Treasury rates from overnight out to 30 years, where they were at the end of 2025 versus where they were near the end of July. I submitted this report a couple of weeks ago, but this is relatively where rates are right now. So that you can see that the end of last year and kind of the beginning of this year, rates were in that 3.5% range. Now they've moved up, especially when you go further out on the yield curve, like in the 2 to 5 year range, where we're buying bonds for the city's investment portfolio. Now that's getting up in the 4.25 to 4.30, 4.40 range. So giving you some more opportunity to buy some increased yield as of late, higher rates that'll lead to longer term investment return, investment income for the city's portfolio. Last one on the markets, this just gives you a longer term context of going back a couple of decades of how these rates have evolved. And you can see that there's been some pretty wild swings in interest rates over the last 20, 25 years or so. And what we're looking at on here is the blue line is the 2-year Treasury yield. The reddish orange line is the Fed funds rate. That's the overnight policy rate that the Federal Reserve sets. And what we're seeing is, even though rates have been coming down a little bit over the last year and a half or so, like I'd mentioned, we're still at a point where we are relatively higher in rates than we've been at any point in the last 2 decades, really since pre-Great Financial Crisis in 2008, 2009. So if any of you have been on this council for a while and kind of remember where rates went during post-Great Financial Crisis, rates were at 0% essentially from 2008 to 2015, and then again during COVID for a couple of years before this most recent time frame where we've actually had some ability to generate real income with these types of portfolios. So now the question becomes, how do we ensure that we make it last? So what happens if these rates go to zero again? How do we prevent all of your income from going away completely if the Fed is forced to cut rates dramatically like they did in 2008, like they did again in 2020? So that leads us to what we're doing with the portfolio now. So this is a snapshot of what the city's investments look like as of the end of June, so the end of the fiscal year. And what we break this down into, the U.S. Bank book value, that's really the portion of the funds that we are managing. So all of the securities that we're managing on behalf of the city are held in custody at U.S. Bank. So that's a third-party custodian. Meter does not touch any of these assets. They're not Meter products that you're in. We are simply making investment decisions on your behalf. The securities that you own are settling in the city's own custody account at U.S. Bank. So that's what the $80 million is there. The LAIF portion is the California Local Agency Investment Fund. That's essentially a money market fund alternative for California public entities. So that's really more the liquidity reserve portion of the city's investments. So every month, Louis and his staff send me the LAIF balances. We put that into our report. And what we do is we try to watch that balance to make sure that you have sufficient liquidity in that LAIF balance, but not excessive liquidity. And so anything else that really goes over that excessive line goes into the U.S. Bank, the securities portfolio. So we're watching that to try to make sure that that allocation remains intact so that what the funds that you have flexibility with, they get into the market, they get it locked into securities where you remain insulated, where if the Fed started cutting rates, you're locking these bonds in for terms out to 5 years where you're going to own them at those rates regardless of what happens. So when you look at that maturity distribution on the bottom, that essentially gives you more of an illustration of how that total $112 million is invested. You have the front portion and the overnight investments. That's the LAIF. That's the LAIF portion of the investments. And then the remaining $80 million is really what we've done and created a laddered effect of these investments all the way out to 5 years. So even though, like, when we started building this portfolio back in March, it was at that time expected maybe that rates were going to continue to drift a little bit lower. If we absolutely knew that was going to be the case, we would have locked everything in 5 years and protected all of it against lower interest rates. But it turns out that hasn't quite happened. Rates have started to drift higher. So now as you have these laddered maturities starting to come due, we have the ability to continue to now reinvest at a little bit of a higher interest rate as bonds are coming out of the portfolio, but you still do have a nice portion locked in at attractive yields as well, out in that 2, 3, 4, 5-year range. So what you can see with that line graph overlaying that maturity distribution shows you the average yield of each of the underlying securities in each portion of that part of the portfolio. So that 4 to 5 year bucket has 16 million locked in at average rates of 4.3%. So if the Fed starts cutting rates, it doesn't matter. You own those bonds at 4.3% all the way out to 5 years. So that's part of the protection we're building in. The asset allocation pie chart in the top right corner shows you the different types of securities that this portfolio is in. So when we came in, everything was pretty much either in LAIF or most of it had all matured and just was sitting in a money market fund at US Bank. There's still a few investments that the city purchased previously that were mostly either treasuries or agency securities. But what we've started to do is using the investment policy in the California government code to start buying other types of eligible asset classes as well. They give you some additional incremental yield over just like, say, a treasury security. So you can see there's some commercial paper, corporate bonds in there, mortgage-backed securities, and so forth.
I have a question regarding
Please.
the staggering of the different funds
Please.
with the different year categories. Did we do some analysis to show that we were going to need some liquidity or some access to money within year 1, year 5 to be able to separate these funds in this manner, or is it just we know that this $80 million is going to be sitting there for this amount of time, so we can just split it up evenly to be safe?
Our general strategy is pretty well evenly laddered, I would say kind of in that 20% or so per bucket. We tinker with our strategy based on our view of interest rates, but we don't try to make dramatic swings one way or another. So we might, this has the overnight percentage broken into there as well, but we might take that 4 to 5 year percentage up a couple of points or down a couple of points, but it's never going to, we're not really going to go to 50% or 0% out there. We're going to keep that pretty steady laddered approach. But I think maybe the more important part of your question is the cash flow of what you might need for the city. And so we looked at some of your historical balances and how often you actually use that cash. And I'll get into this in a second here too, that we'll build a little bit more detailed analysis as we continue to work with you and watch really how the cyclicality of your cash flows work over a business cycle. So there's typically, like California cities will receive property taxes and significant revenues a couple times a year, like in April, and then maybe like December, you'll have significant inflows in revenue and your cash balances will go up. July through like October, California cities tend to get a little bit light in cash. So we'll build maturities into our portfolios that'll mature to give you some backfill of liquidity during those low months. And then we'll also work to, when you have inflows coming in and you're a little bit flush with cash, try to use those periods to build some more in and build it along that ladder to help lock in additional income there as well. So it's a constant, we want to make sure that we talk with the team here. We're talking every month or so, we get these, get the balances, have a conversation, see what the upcoming expenditures look like to make sure that this allocation remains in appropriate balance as far as what you do need in cash versus what can be, what you can withstand to have out longer term in the portfolio. That helps answer your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that it's a collaborative effort between the staff.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So this is to get into what I was saying here, and this is only 4 months of data that we have to work with at this point since that we've been working with you. But as this continues over the years, we'll chart this month by month, and this will really start to tell a story of how the city's cash flows do look. And so I mentioned the allocation, that's what we're trying to look at here. So you can see that those cash balances did start to build up in May and June, which is typical. We start to get revenues in. Now, we didn't have July on here yet, but we have since received those balances. That 32 million in LAIF is down to 18 million in July. So there's a lot of typical expenditures that go out, in the first month of the fiscal year. And so we'll watch that to make sure that then the city has appropriate cash. If we need to start pulling some maturities back from the portfolio, you can do that. And that's why we ladder that portfolio the way we do, is so there's a natural flow of maturities if you start to get low in cash. Because even though all of these investments are liquid in the sense that you can sell them in the market. We don't want to be forced to sell something if the market goes in an adverse direction for us. So we want to make sure that bonds are naturally maturing out of the portfolio as well, that you can take those back if you do need some additional cash to add to the coffers then. Last thing I'll point out here is the investment income. So this is part of one of the main points of focus of this type of program is the predictability that this builds by having these long-term securities in here with these fixed interest rates, so that you can start to, for budgeting purposes, when you're looking out another fiscal year or two down the road, start to get some idea of what you can really count on from the investment income standpoint. So previously, maybe if you were all in LAIF or all in a money market fund, you might have a decent rate. But again, if the Fed cuts rates to zero, those rates are going to go away right away, and you don't have the ability to project what you're going to earn on the portfolio. Now, this is just from the 80 million that's invested in those U.S. bank securities that we're managing. But this tells you that these are essentially baseline figures looking forward for the next 3 fiscal years as far as estimated investment income. And it's not to say, I don't want to give you the impression that we think it's going to decline significantly. This is just based only on the bonds in the portfolio right now. So remember the laddered approach, you only have about half of the portfolio that's invested out beyond 3 years. So that's why you start to see some of this gradual decline. But as these investments are maturing, then they're reinvested into the market, and right now reinvested into still some pretty attractive interest rates. Every time we do another one of those reinvestments, that's going to continue to build onto those future years going forward. So you can see right now you've got about $2.75 million essentially guaranteed for fiscal year 2027. And then any sort of reinvestments on top of that will just be additional to those. And then same going into fiscal year 2028, you can already count on 2.3 million, and then $1.75 million in 2029. But ideally, as long as you're not, we're not spending everything that comes out of the portfolio as you're reinvesting, you're going to continue to build onto those projections as well. But this starts to give you some real ability to budget going forward as far as these sort of baseline projections that you can expect from the securities portion of the portfolio. And Lewis and Rick and the team have abilities as well to go into we have an online investment portal that they have access to, and can go in and run some of their own projections and analysis on that, or from that portal on a daily basis. It has real-time reconciliation with the custodian account as well. So we do a process of ensuring that every penny that the city has invested is accounted for properly at the custodian bank. We are comfortable with it. The bank's comfortable with it. The city's comfortable with it. It's a nice tri-party reconciliation process there as well.
Just a question for Lewis regarding the income portion. Are we reinvesting our income?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're reinvesting the income, and these projections were incorporated as part of the 26-27 budget. We used a tool as well for our 5-year forecast. And although we meet with Jim and Meter once a month, roughly, we are looking at our cash balances on a daily basis because something comes up or we're projecting a big bill. July was a particularly expensive month because that's usually when we make our annual UAL payment. And so that requires a significant amount of cash. And so we had to do a drawdown on LAIF.
Mayor, so just going back to elementary, I guess. So we had a strategy before we went on with this company, right? So, and why did we do the shift? I mean, in terms of, I know we were making some returns. What was the strategy behind that? What is the expectation moving forward now? I mean,
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Rios, I would respectfully disagree. I don't think we had a strategy before.
What we did.
This was very passively managed, I would say. And when I say that, I mean almost all of it was in LAIF, and so really any extra cash we would, and this has been the case for almost 10 years. The money would just go to LAIF, and that's where we would get our returns. And so, Jim could probably speak a little bit more on this, but being a wise investor is a skill set that very few have, and it's an area where very few cities have investment experts on staff. Even the largest cities that you and I know of do not manage their own investments. Cities like Long Beach, who actually uses Meter, cities like Santa Ana, Irvine, they don't manage their own money. I would actually recommend against that approach, simply because we're not in the market. We don't fully understand all the variables, and which is why I recommended to the council that we hire an expert in this to manage.
And related to that, so because we have a tight budget right now, is it reserves that we're investing? Is it stabilization money?
It's essentially fund balances. So it's a combination of all funds. We use pool cash here, so it's really one bucket of cash. When it's not being used, it's being invested. There's a portion of it that is really for long-term investments, and there's a portion of it that is more liquid for those day-to-day needs that we have as part of our operation.
And so we have access to the shorter term versus the longer term.
We have access to all of it, but we access the liquid cash first. In the event that something happens where we need to immediately draw down on our investments, we would work with Jim to liquidate, although that's not ideal.
Yeah. And just, I mean, I want to make sure we add a little bit of clarity to that statement that we can have access to all of it. Every dollar is predetermined in a certain fund.
That's right.
Right. So it's not that we can use that every $80 million that's available for whatever the city is in need of, if you can elaborate.
Yes. So when I say it's all available, let's say 40 million of that is general fund. That would be directly available for general fund expenditures. Really, about half of it is actually water funds, so they're restricted. And so we were to liquidate, we would only be able to use them for that designated purpose.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
So you indicated that we have portions, the liquid portion of it and the long term. What are the percentages for those?
I don't know what the percentages are. Would you mind pulling up the table?
So there's a couple ways to look at that. I would say the LAIF portion is liquid in the sense that it's a date, you have access to it on a daily basis. It's a $1 net asset value fund. So meaning you put $1 in, you can take $1 out anytime, plus the interest that it earns on there. So that's why it's used as the liquid portion of these investments. So when Lewis needs cash, beyond what's in the checking account at the bank, you can go pull it out of LAIF without any sort of penalty per se. The other funds are, and I think you used the term available, in the sense that these are not, when you see all the other investments out to 5 years, they are in fixed income securities, which are available in the sense that they're liquid. You can sell them in the secondary market. You would just sell them at whatever the current market rate is. So if rates have gone down since you bought the security, you would sell them with a gain. If rates have gone up since you bought the security, you would sell them with a loss. And so that's where we want to make sure that we aren't forced to sell bonds in an environment that doesn't make sense for you. So they're all available in the sense that you can sell these whenever you would need to. But we want to make sure that we're in the situation where we're not having to sell something we don't want to sell. And that's why it's important to have the conversations to make sure that we understand what's appropriate to have in the liquid portion, I would say, is the LAIF. Or there's always, in the 0 to 1 year, that 16 million in 0 to 1 year is staggered out into like $1 million or $2 million each month as well. So there's always investments maturing each month. And so that's liquid in the sense that when they mature, you get your par value back regardless of where the market has moved on those investments. So that's kind of the different, and not to get too much into the weeds or elaborate here, but it's why public entities really have to invest in bonds as opposed to like the stock market. Because the stock market, the only way to liquidate a security is to sell it at the current market value. And if that goes against you when you need cash, you're kind of stuck then. Bonds have a maturity date where they pay you your par value back regardless of what the market has done. And so that's why public entities have to be investing in bonds. And as long as you manage the duration, the distribution of it with the cash needs, you're going to ensure that you're getting your proceeds back when the bonds mature. And so that's what we want to make sure is managed in an appropriate way. And I guess to Lewis's other point, we do work with a lot of other large entities. I'm going to the city of Irvine tomorrow night to talk about their portfolio. I've worked with them for 25 years or so. But what they do is Lewis doesn't have a team here that's sitting at Bloomberg all day long talking to brokers all over the country. That's where we come in. We're not selling you anything. We are simply helping you manage your investments. So our teams at our office got a bunch of guys on Bloomberg's, guys and gals on Bloomberg's, talking to brokers all over the country, finding the best bonds for your portfolio and negotiating the best price on your behalf. Because otherwise, that's another thing with bonds is you like stocks or unlike stocks, which have a disclosed price, bonds, the price is what you negotiate on them. And so you want to make sure somebody that knows the market is negotiating on your behalf to make sure that you're not overpaying for investments, which helps as long as you're paying the minimum amount, that's the maximum earnings you're going to have on those securities then.
And Councilmember Pilar-Veloso, it's 29%. Just did the math while I was talking. While he was talking.
29% for liquid?
Right.
Or is the leaf portion.
Is the late
Yeah,
portion.
the white percentages in the bottom parts of the bars, they're
Thank you,
29%
Luis.
in overnight funds.
And how do we compensate you because for your work and effort? What is there a percentage or is that how does that work?
How are they compensated? Maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, it's a tiered assets under management fee of what's in the U.S. Bank portion of the portfolio. So what we are managing for you, there is you remember the tiered schedule?
I could pull up the contract.
Yeah.
1 second.
8 to 50 million.
0.08%.
Yeah,
0.08.
8 basis points,
8 basis
0.08% to 50 million, 6 basis points to 100 million, and 4 over 100 million, I
Yes.
think. Yeah.
I'll just add that as we've been looking for the last number of years at ways to modernize the city, find best practices, this is exactly the type of thing that we're trying to add into the city. Some of this is newer, some of it is in larger cities. We've got people we're bringing in, from that have experience in different places. We go to conferences, we listen to webinars. The training we receive helps us be aware of these new items. And I would disagree a bit with Luis. I think the city had a strategy, but it was sort of a safe, put it in a LAIF, it's cash, there's no risk at all. And there isn't time for a finance manager or a manager to be, as mentioned, checking the market every single day and doing all that. So that was the strategy. But for when you think I can't afford these kind of services, they cost so much. When you talk to enough cities and you look at the best practices, the results they'll get will far exceed the payment you make to them. So it's good to do. But that's what we're trying to bring to the city. We have another item on tonight's agenda where we're purchasing vehicles for the police department. And in some segments of the police department, we at a time had a strategy of leasing the vehicles because the actual payment you make up front is smaller. City having not a lot of money for years, it's like, well, we want to make the smaller payment. But as we've been analyzing that, we're trying to run the full life of the vehicle and the cost to own. So we're recommending now to purchase the vehicle. It'll be a net savings to the city, but up front, it's a bigger cost. So sometimes, you have to think through what's the best practice, analyze it here. Does someone want to sign a contract with a firm and pay out all this big money? Maybe that seems intimidating until you analyze all the way through and say, this will net the city more. So I think trying to just understand why we might do this. This is a best practice. This is what leading cities are doing, and we're trying to bring that lens to the city.
Any other questions? Are we still going?
I don't have any more on the presentation. I would just add as well that what I'm showing here and discussing with you is more just like summary versions of this. I believe the full quarterly report is in the
It's on the consent calendar.
in the consent item. So every month we give a detailed investment report to the city that, again, like I mentioned, reconciles with the custodian account as well. But if you want to see more of the detail of every investment in there, we do have that report that's part of your packet that you can look through to see that, the details of every security, the transactions that happened during the month, the income that was received during the month on every bond. So all of that's in there as well. This is more just summary view for you in this presentation.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Mr. City Treasurer, you have anything you would like to?
No, I didn't want to add any new items there. Just, having a managed portfolio by Meteor, it makes sense. It was the right approach. As it was mentioned earlier, the portfolio was being managed very conservatively previously. So, that also reflects on the return that you receive. So having this strategically balanced makes more sense, and the returns are much higher than what's being projected now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to any member of the audience if they have any comment regarding the presentation. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the in-person public comment. Any on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead, Mr. Dominguez. Anybody else on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
I have no other with their hands raised.
Okay, we'll give him another 5 seconds. Is he,
Mr. Dominguez?
Mr. Dominguez? All right, we'll go ahead and close the Zoom portion. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have no emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll bring it back to council. Mr. City Manager, this is just a receive and file?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yep.
All right, so there's no need for a motion. So thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you, Luis, for putting this together and putting the work, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight.
All right. Madam Clerk, item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council will consider receiving and filing the Finance and Human Resource Department's Budget Reduction Service Impact Update. The presentation will describe how the recent budget cuts are impacting services to our community.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, I'm sorry, real quick, just before we go forward, is it common practice for us to open it up to the audience when we're having a presentation, if it's just a receive and file presentation? I'm under the impression that it is, but I just want to make sure that that's correct.
When it's a receive and file presentation, we have opened it up to the public.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Council members of the audience, we undertook a long discussion over the last almost 2 years now about the state of the city's finances, the fact that we have a structural deficit, and the gap between our revenues and expenditures is very large. We've discussed that in numerous presentations over and over again, and they're located on our city website for anyone to review. But all of this discussion led to action that was required in July for our new budget year, which started just a month and a half ago. And it required an unprecedented budget cut that was over $9 million in total. That drastically changed our service model for all of our departments, spread across all our departments. And so we wanted to give an update for both the council and the community of how that's impacting how we do our business, because in city business, we don't close some stores, easily change product lines, stop selling something. We still have 911 calls. We have to answer them all. We have to serve the customers, the water bill people that need responses. We still need to find a way to recruit people to do the work. Our water department has to go door to door, deal with water items, public works. All the departments still have to thrive and work. So we wanted to showcase the status of those cuts to date so that everyone's aware of how that's going. And so the concept of that structure will be tonight, there'll be a brief overview and summary of the budget situation, revenues, expenditures, and that oversight by our administrative service director, just to refresh our memories. Then there'll be a short presentation on the impacts the administrative services department has had from their cuts. We'll follow that tonight by a short summary from the human resource director on the impacts it's had to the HR department and recruitment, and open up for any discussion you may want to have on that. And we'll be following up in the next 3 meetings with updates from the rest of the departments, so that each time we can be aware of the status of the cuts and how it's impacting the community. So with that set up, I'll pass the baton over to Luis Frosto.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So tonight begins the department service presentations that the city manager just went over. He's asked each department to bring forward their impacts as it relates to the budget situation. My job here is twofold. One is to open up the presentation, starting by providing a citywide picture, because the history behind these reductions is the same for every department, and it's better to cover it once than repeat it 6 times. After that, I'll cover what Administrative Services is experiencing, along with John providing the Human Resources perspective after me. And my clicker's not working. Oh, yes, I'll provide when I forgot to print it. My apologies. So how we got here. Here's the order for tonight. First, how we got here, which covers where city revenues come from and what drives our cost up. Second, the citywide reductions, meaning the total the council directed and how it was divided among departments, and then followed by the presentation for Administrative Services and Human Resources. So where the city money comes from, residents in Southgate pay a long list of different types of taxes. A very small portion of those come to the city. Most of it goes out the door, and that's a starting point for everybody here tonight. Of every dollar paid in property tax, the city keeps just over 6 cents. The rest goes to LA County, the school districts, and to special districts. We do not set that split, and we cannot change it locally. Of every $100 in taxable sales, the city keeps $2. The full sales tax rate charged in Southgate is 10.75%, but most of that goes to the state and county. And Southgate does not levy a utility users tax, and most of the cities around us do. I'll show you that comparison on the next slide. So the city runs its services on a small share of the taxes that residents already pay. That is why a modest increase in cost turns into a large problem in the general fund.
Before you go on, are you going to have like a comparison of each city for the property tax?
I'm going, next slide.
Okay, and the reason I say that is because I've talked to a few people about that, and they too were under the impression that every city in the state gets 6.15, and I explained to them that no,
Right.
we can't control that. That's out of our hands. Okay.
Right, yes. And again, it's going to be a little hard to see here, but we'll provide a copy for council and also put this on the website so folks can see it. This table, actually, a version of it is already on the city website under the finance page. It was updated recently to include updated figures for 2026. I think what's on the website today is for 2025. And so what you'll see here is that Southgate, although Southgate has a population that's large, especially in comparison to many of our neighbors, our property tax share is actually among the lowest. We're at 6.15%. As a point of comparison, for example, the city of Norwalk has a roughly equivalent population to ours, and their property tax rate is 9.24%. If you compare us to Downey, has a similar population to Southgate, they get 14.53% of their property tax. And so more than double what we get. Carson is another example. Carson has a population close to Southgate size, and they receive 6.74%. However, they have quite a few taxes that support their operation, including oil revenue, that we don't get. And so that's a big factor there. And if you keep going through this sheet here, you'll be able to see the first row in pink, or magenta, pink, whatever that color is. You'll see that most cities there have a UUT. As a matter of fact, I think every city there has a UT tax rate listed. At the very bottom, you'll see Southgate has 0. And this is a pretty long list of cities. Some of those cities have chosen through policy decisions by the city council to pursue a cannabis tax. That's not something that we have here, but some cities do that. Southgate is lucky to have a local sales tax measure, Measure P, that we rely on heavily for half of our sales tax revenue. And if you look at some of our neighboring cities, almost all of them have a similar tax measure of varying degrees in terms of their rate. And then on the green, you'll see the dollars that come in as a result of these different taxes or assessments. And so the very end of the day, what's not shown here in some columns that are on the right, but is the per capita numbers. And you'll see that Southgate per capita has significantly less dollars per resident than our neighboring cities. Does that, any questions there?
So I know you explained that we only get 2% of the sales tax, and the voters just recently passed an additional half cent in the county. So the sales tax for Southgate will go from 1075 to 1125.
Yes.
And what I found kind of interesting is that 59% of Southgate voters supported that. And I'm just wondering, and again, I know you can't answer this, but I don't think they know that that additional half cent is not for us.
Right.
So can you just elaborate on that? Just remind everybody that when our sales tax goes from 1075 to 1125, that additional half cent is not for Southgate.
That's right. And that's the case anytime. So it's a county this time, but sometimes it's the schools or whoever. Whenever our tax rate goes up, very few times. So in this case, one time we went to the public and asked for an increase ourselves. That 1% goes 100% to us. But in most cases, it's dedicated revenue. Anything above the base is dedicated revenue for another entity. And in this case, it's the county. And sometimes it's for a dedicated purpose, like homeless measure or something like that. But most of the time, it's a general kind of revenue.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that staff has made efforts to try to clarify that. But believe it or not, I still hear that. I'll talk to some folks and say, I understand that you guys are planning on doing a UUT. I said, no, we're planning on placing it on the ballot for you to decide whether you want to pass it or not. And the response I get is, but don't we already have the highest sales tax? And I remind them, actually, we're at 1075, soon to be 1125, but only 2% is Southgate's. And they're in disbelief. They don't really understand how the sales tax goes. And I think as much as we've done, we might want to do a little bit better or a little bit more of reminding folks on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So what's driving these costs? We've seen, I think, a version of this slide, I think several other times, but I think it's worth going over again. So if revenue is the first half of the story, this is the second half. There are 4 categories that we report on every year that are listed in this table here: the unfunded pension liability, health insurance, general liability insurance, and the street lighting and landscaping subsidy. In fiscal year 2019-20, so we're going back to that time period, those 4 costs to the city were about $13.5 million. This fiscal year, those same categories of cost are about $25 million. And so the increase between what we were paying in 2019-2020 to what we're paying this fiscal year is an increase of $11.5 million. Now, our revenues have not grown by that. rate. And so these have been costs that had to be absorbed using our existing revenue sources. The largest single piece here is the unfunded pension liability, which grew by $5 million a year. The insurance nearly tripled and added close to $4 million. What's important to note is that these are not discretionary. These are contractual, actuarial, and insurance driven. And over that same period, general fund revenue did not grow anywhere close to $11.5 million. In fact, on average, our revenue grows about $3 million. 3%, sorry. So why do costs keep rising? And my thing is broken.
Okay, before you go on, I'm sorry. I
Sure.
didn't know you were trying to click away. So you mentioned those 4 items. 3 of those items have actually been something that started sometime around 2019. But the street light and landscaping fund did not. That one's been an ongoing issue. So again, I know we've said this multiple times, but I think it's worth repeating. So I don't know if Mr. Cervantes is prepared to tell us, when was the last time we had an update on the street light and landscaping fund?
Yeah, that was over 30 years ago.
Over 30 years ago. And again, I don't know if we've looked into it. I know I've asked a couple of times. And again, it's no real hurry, but I'd like to know what year actually we started falling upside down, because every year we're taking general fund money and paying for the gap that's not being contributed to. Do you know where we're at with that, when we started falling behind?
I don't have the exact year. I think the Public Works Director did some work on that. Did you have that number?
When
Nate?
we started falling behind, I'm not quite certain because of the complexity of how you define behind, but I believe that the city's budget documents started showing a negative figure on our balance more than 10 years ago.
Right, and that's my recollection. And again, so for over the last 10 years or so, we've been using general fund money to subsidize that.
Yeah, 2 things. One is you're using general fund money to fund expenditures that you can't avoid, and then you're not spending money on important things like infrastructure improvements. So we continue to fall behind more and more, for example, because of the cost of construction is increasing year after year. And so there's a lot that's not getting done because of that deficit.
Correct. And again, I appreciate that. That's a
Yeah,
pretty
that-
decent.
an
period.
example of what can spike these costs beyond the city's control in that case is the landscape lighting district, which is a levy people will see on their property tax, was set in 1990. It didn't have, I don't know why, but it didn't have a CPI or a cost of living increase built into it, which modern versions do. So the cost in 1990 to trim trees, to do landscaping and things on the landscape lighting area, the street lights, were priced in 1990, and then of course costs have increased greatly in 30 years. But also, the state's made some mandates that are beyond our control. For instance, tree trimming is a big chunk of that, to trim all the city's trees on a schedule. And the state, I'm not sure if it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago, converted all contractual work that's done, including tree trimming, to be prevailing wage, which is a great thing for those doing the tree trimming. But for the city with a fixed revenue source that doesn't grow, that almost doubled the wages that tree trimmers were getting for the contract work. And so that cost doubles. So if you have a $300,000 contract, overnight it becomes a $600,000 contract. And then that gap of $300,000 gets added to the deficit because we can't change the landscape lighting rate. So that's an example of sort of powers beyond the city, nothing the council decided. And we get stuck with it without a change in that rate. Then the general fund has to fill in that gap, which then adds to our deficit.
Yeah, and prior to November of 96, cities would just automatically increase whatever they needed to increase because they had the legal authority to do that. But since November, of 96, Prop 218 passed, which took away that opportunity. So whatever was done on the streetlight and landscaping fund prior to that kind of sort of froze, and no action has been taken to update that. And again, I think Arturo's right. It's been at least 10 years, probably even longer than that, that we've been taking general fund money to subsidize that. But at some point, that has to be looked into. Thank you.
And again, that it's before, to use your analogy, before 96, the council on their own could decide to increase the amount. After 96, with Prop 218 being passed, it then still can be increased, but it now requires a vote of the people. And so there's been a hesitation by councils everywhere to, and including this city, to add a request to the community unless there's no other solutions to take on more tax. And that's where this rate has not come back. At some point, it could come back if a council wanted to put it on the ballot, but it would require the community to vote a majority to add that, to increase that.
Well, here, I can just tell you that being here since 2005, the idea was that we wanted to keep the taxes down as low as possible, and so we always hesitated on doing that. So, all right, thank you.
The other thing that is not here is, the other things that have gone up, like electricity, labor, Arturo mentioned construction, material supplies. All of that is added to the situation, right? I mean, they're not even listed there. So just wanted to add that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to add one more note on the street lighting and landscaping because there's a lot of focus on the general fund subsidy for the lighting and landscaping district, and that is a something to definitely be focused and concerned about. But there's also additional funding that is pulled to help subsidize the lighting and landscaping district outside of the general fund. And so although we're still doing some analysis, there is a subsidy of roughly $2.6 million all in that's going into the lighting and landscaping. The split is roughly half. Half of that is general fund subsidies. The other half is all these other funds that could be used for other purposes.
So Luis, I'm looking at this slide and I'm asking myself, it's a 6-year gap. How much has it increased year to year? I don't see that in the slide. Because I think that's one of the questions that I've been asked. Well, how much has it increased from previous years? All we have is just a reference from 2019-20 fiscal year.
Yes, we can
So
provide.
how much has it jumped year to year? All of those funds.
We can get that information, but for the purposes of a high-level overview,
Okay.
it still adds up. The difference, say, for any of them will be broken apart in roughly 5 slow increases that add up to the total of the amount. But we can get that if you'd like it.
Thank you.
Well, and if you're going to do that, then like where it shows streetlight and landscaping
Yes.
fund, it shows 444,000 as an increase.
That's
But
not
that doesn't,
accurate.
yeah, but it doesn't show that the real number in terms of a gap is closer to 2 million.
This is understand, but it won't show it here.
Right.
It just won't show it here. We can provide the full table. This is meant to be something that we can easily put up on a slide and show the public. But the full table we do have. There's a bunch of columns hidden between 2019 and 2026, 27. And Councilmember Hurtado, I think what we can do is send you a different breakout of the lighting and landscaping subsidy, maybe at the high level, so that it can show more of that $2.6 million figure we're talking about. But we'll make sure we can get this to the full table. We can have it available for both the public, and also we can provide it to all of you tomorrow. Okay, great. So we're going to continue going here. So why do costs keep rising? So so a fair question that we hear, a fair question that we hear from residents is this: if the city made all these cuts, why is the budget still tight? And this slide is intended to answer that. On the left are the costs you see. Those are the four categories, or some of the costs that we have. Those are four categories that I just walked through, with $11.5 million in new annual cost when you compare it to 2019, 2020. Those are the ones that typically are spoken about, and we talk about at budget hearings and budget workshops. But on the right are costs that you don't see. Most of our multi-year contracts include an annual inflation adjustment. As a matter of fact, there's a new Senate bill that is coming into effect that is now going to tax software, which was not taxable prior to this year. So that's going to be an additional cost. Energy, fuel, and utilities, just like we have at home, those are also outpacing inflation. I talked about the software and subscription renewals. The increases range from 5 to 15%, but that's going to increase even more now that we have to pay taxes on what those subscriptions are, beginning in I think it's September of this fiscal year. And then there's state and federal mandates. There's new compliance requirements and the add staff time and reporting cost. I just sent an email to the executive team yesterday, notifying them of the the Fed's intent to overhaul our reporting and compliance requirements related to grants, federal grants. They're really making it intent to make it much more complicated and much more stringent. I think in an attempt to try to claw back some funds. And so all of these things impact us.
What are the new compliances? Do you know?
So it's still going through budget hearings. I have a summary I can send the
Okay.
council if
Yes,
you're
if
interested.
you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you.
And so, sorry, was there a question?
Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So yes, I'll make sure I get that to the council as well. So, sorry, this thing is not cooperating. So the financial reality. So this slide is intended to bring together both halves, the expenditure side and the revenue side. So $9.4 million is a structural gap that we identified in October of 2025. I want to emphasize that the word is structural. It is not a one-time shortfall. Ongoing costs exceed ongoing revenues. So the gap returns every year until something changes on one side or the other. It could grow, it could shrink. In this case, it shrunk in this adopted budget, but it's still a gap. The tools that we use to bridge earlier gaps are close to gone. ARPA spent, our budget stabilization reserve is down to $1.52 million. The emergency reserve stands at 13 million, but that's the minimum reserve that we're supposed to have. So we can't really dip below that. I do want to note one thing on the positive side, which is that $13 million. In the event we do have to touch it, we have to touch it, but we would be out of compliance. The adopted budget for this year is technically balanced, but it's not structurally balanced. And with no new ongoing revenue in place, service reductions took effect on July 1 of this year. So in April of this year, the City Council directed $9.4 million in ongoing service reductions to close the general fund gap without new revenue. Those reductions were built into the adopted budget that took effect on July 1st. 4 things about how that was carried out. First, we eliminated positions. Budgeted positions from the city shrunk. Second, programs were eliminated rather than paused. Special events and school crossing guards were among those cut. That distinction matters because a pause in a program comes back when the money returns, and an eliminated program has to be rebuilt. And so we took the approach of trying to minimize the impact to the residents while still meeting our budget targets. Third, service levels came down. As a natural response to reductions in personnel, service levels reductions also had to come into play. Response times have increased throughout the city, and service availability decreased across multiple departments. Fourth, and this is the one I would ask the council rolled on to is that these are permanent based budget reductions. They are not one-year savings. They carry forward in every year that follows. The only thing that would change that is an influx of new revenue, which we don't have at the moment.
And Luis, if I can just add something
Yes.
that point. Whenever we're cutting staff and we're decreasing the number of people that are here to do certain jobs, I really worry about that because especially in our community development department, which is the department that really should be considered a revenue generating department, because when a resident rebuilds a home or a new business or a new project comes to our community, if we have a fully staffed, fully well-funded community development department, those projects move through. The property tax revenue that we generate from it comes to our city. Currently, because we're having to make cuts and they're so short staff, these projects are being delayed, which means less revenue happening to our city at a quicker time. And that's where I think this just becomes one of these dominoes that just, it's going to be stacked, and then it's eventually this is going to just fall over. So we definitely need to find solutions for this.
Yes, and we'll hear specifically from the Community Development Department as well as the other departments at a later night. But that is a great a point, and it is true. You'll hear a little bit about some of those challenges related to revenue generating operations tonight from my department. And so how are the $9 million budget targets allocated out? And so this slide is going to look familiar over the next 3 meetings because every department is going to show it kind of at the beginning. But the point of keeping it in front of you is simple. The reduction was spread across the organization. And so no department was held harmless. Police absorbed the largest share of the $9 million cut. Parks and Recreation, the second largest cut, followed by Public Works, Community Development, and then the other departments. And so the 2 departments presenting tonight are in dark blue: Administrative Services and Human Resources. So what changed operationally? Administrative Services covers finance, budget, purchasing, utility billing, grants management, and customer service. That's what my department handles, as well as information technology for the entire city. That's a lot of different functions in a department of only 24 people. Before I get to specifics, I want to describe the pattern because it applies to every department that follows me. Reduced capacity does not usually look like a closed program, although in this budget, we did reduce programs. The obligations do not change. Council policy, legal deadlines, resident requests, and the daily operations are still here. What changes is a staffing margin. Fewer positions, more vacancies, and more functions that only one person knows how to do, and very little ability to backfill. Put those together, and you get prioritized service. Critical work moves first, and lower priority work waits longer. What residents may notice is longer response times, more limited counter and phone coverage, and less proactive field and compliance work. What we experience inside the departments is fewer people absorbing the same workload. Training and documentation and reviews are delayed, and there's no margin at all when something is out, someone is out, or a system fails. The work continues. The margin of safety is smaller. Here is a concrete example from Administrative Services. Our customer service division is budgeted for 6 positions. Through June, we were down to 2, and one of those 2 was still in training. That team runs the front counter, addresses mailed-in payments, lockbox payments, phone calls, daily reconciliation, and utility billing cycles. That's one fully trained person doing all of those functions. What happened is what you would expect. Mailed and lockbox payments fell 3 to 4 weeks behind, What that means is when a resident mails in a check, it took us almost a month to open that envelope, process that payment, and deposit it into our account and deposit it into their account in the utility system. Voicemails reached capacity on multiple occasions over the last month, and call coverage was limited. Almost all of our calls were going to voicemail, and very little calls are being returned, not because we don't want to return phone calls, but because we don't have the capacity to. One billing cycle hit meter data conflicts and had to be reviewed by hand. Reconciliation, billing reviews, and training all received less attention than they should have. Our new employee had to be rushed into front counter service with only a few days of training. I want to be equally clear about what did not happen. No incorrect bills went out, and the controls, the financial controls that we have in place held. But they held with very little margin. And I would not want to run the division this way long term. It is dangerous to do that. The customer service backlog has been cleared for the most part, but it's been cleared by the use of overtime and bringing in additional staff that don't otherwise work in these areas. Accounts payable is currently running with one person following a retirement. And this accounts payable person is responsible for every single check that the city cuts. Our accounts payable person is Claudia, who's also here supporting us for translation services. She is making sure that every vendor the city does business with is paid in a timely manner. This is also on occasion falling behind. What I want to emphasize here is that every single vendor check that goes out late is usually followed with a penalty, a late fee, that we have so far been managing to avoid. We also have a vacancy in our customer service operation in terms of a supervisor. We are currently in the process of working with HR to fill that through recruitment. But that is one key vacancy that we are struggling with the vacancy. We're struggling, sorry. Business license compliance now relies completely on remote monitoring, which to some extent works, but in-person response is slow or non-existent. Our customer service reps handle basic questions, but everything has to be, almost everything has to be routed to our third-party operator. This has changed the customer service experience for our residents, and business licensing complaints now have to be funneled to an already small team in community development to handle, which means they're not able to get to most of them. Purchasing supports every department in the city on limited hours, yet it's ran by one person. Information technology is carrying the enterprise system on top of daily support for the entire organization. We have 2 people managing or servicing our IT needs citywide for a city this size, which is kind of wild to think about. None of these is a service failure. Every one of them is a place where there is very little backup if something else breaks. One point of clarification, because I know it has come up, critical vacancies are being approved for recruitment on a case-by-case basis, especially when there's a budgeted position for them. But many of the positions that were eliminated are not being filled, and that's having a direct impact to our operations.
Luis, I have a question for business license compliance. Don't we have HDL who's doing the business license portion of it?
Yes, they're doing it remotely.
How can you check for compliance remotely? Enlighten me.
So there's a couple different ways. HDL has access to tax records. They also mail in compliance letters. They handle payment of those compliance or those past due bills. They also work with a call center that they manage to make phone calls similar to collection calls. So compliance is being handled in that way.
And so how are we enforcing it if we do all of that and get no response?
uh, how we're not. So that right now, if a customer,
There's no enforcement.
There can be letters mailed or fines levied, but the on-prem premises with the intent originally was when it moved to HDL that we would have ability to use code enforcement staff for the in-person work. But when we get to community development, we'll talk about our 6-person code enforcement team being drastically reduced due to budget cuts, which doesn't leave the resources to do that kind of compliance. So as has mentioned, this impacts every single section of our city, and we can't do everything we want to do.
So code enforcement is in charge of the compliance portion of it, of going out.
Yeah, we used to have a dedicated business license compliance officer, but
Yes.
with the budget cuts, we lost that.
Thank you.
and so before I hand off, let me set some expectations for the presentations that follow. The departments after me will use different examples, but you should expect 4 themes: longer cycle times, permits, payments, requests, repairs, and reviews take longer, even when the service is still delivered. More prioritization is happening. Critical, legally required, and safety-related work moves first. The other work waits. There's also less redundancy. When a one-person function is vacant or that person is out, the work stops and it cannot be shifted to someone else in most cases. More temporary coverage. The use of overtime, cross-training, and temporary help are filling gaps now that a permanent position used to cover to the extent the budget allows. This is a very tight budget, so there's not a whole lot of room for overtime. The last one is worth watching because it is where the cost can quietly appear. And so as the city continues operating, the service model is now tighter and less forgiving. With that being said, I'm going to pass the mic over to Human Resources so they can do their portion of the presentation.
So Luis, let me just ask you this question, just because you indicated about the water department and not being able to process those checks in a timely fashion. Are the residents going to be charged a late fee if they're not paid on time, even though they came in and they dropped it off or they put it in the mail? I just want to make sure that they're not penalized
I understand.
for that.
No, they won't be charged a
Okay.
late fee, and the city has not collected late fees since 2020.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it just created a lot of confusion. I know that, I personally received a bill, we sent a check, and then a non-payment notice came in the mail, and we sent another check, and then following said you overpaid, you probably paid it twice. So it just created a lot of confusion, people sending double payments in with a notice of non-payment going out as well.
So again, let's be mindful of when we're sending things out. If the payment wasn't received, it's because they're backlogged before we send out a notice checking. Because again, that confusion then throws off the residents' accounting off, not to mention our own accounting.
Right, it's a
in-house.
domino effect.
It's a domino
And
effect,
we understand
exactly.
that.
Okay,
There's certain things within our control.
yes.
The billing is not one of those. Those bills those are automated bills, and they're based on what's in the system. So I completely understand the frustration there.
But this is as we talk about the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg shows in gaps. And so we had staffing set up in a minimum best way. And when we've cut below that, things drop off. And so there'd be a double check. There'd be an ability to bring an extra person that would be somewhere else in the department to help catch up. We don't have that extra person. Someone's off. We don't have a backfill. We get behind. The billing gets confusing. There's going to be limits to the fixes because we have the same amount of workload with 32 less positions citywide. So that's 10% less people, which is going to have wheels falling off in various spots. So we're doing our best, but I can't guarantee that there isn't going to be things that are confusing, like the billing issues or other things. We'll do our best, but we don't have the staff to do everything as well as we used to.
And
So
Luis,
would
and
the
just
recommendation be for the residents to come in and drop off their payment to
Well,
make sure it
Luis,
gets logged
just
in.
maybe we can get a status also on the online payment platform.
Sure, I can do that now. Or so the online billing system, where we haven't had we haven't been able to dedicate the resources that we needed to go live on the original go live date. The staff that we have had, we've rededicated them to the windows in order to keep the lines moving. And so we are temporarily delayed in the go live of that system, but we hope to have that system live before the end of this month.
And that does give the ability for residents to see their current balance of their
Yes,
payments?
it does. The challenge is going to be if they don't use auto pay, or if they don't pay through the portal, if they mail in a check, it still depends on a human being to
Right.
open that mail and apply that payment to their account. So although it is faster way of seeing your balance, it may not always be up to date.
If they're not paying it through their credit card program or the
bank.
payment processing or
That's
the
right.
bank.
Yeah, and that's really the secret, is that's the solution coming in. The problem isn't bringing their check in personally. That is actually the problem, because
Right.
taking the paper checks requires more people to handle. We
Right.
get behind, the checks pile up, we can't process them, then they show up as not paid, and the delay happens. If people use auto pay in our new portal when it's up and running, that's more efficient. That's the recommended action, and we won't have that delay when people, compared to people bringing
So
checks in.
it might be a good idea to maybe set up like a weekend, like at the park, come and set up your online payment, automatic payment system through the water department. That way, it could be something that, if those residents that have difficulty with technology being able to do that, maybe we can walk them through that process, do that process with them, help them, whoever needs that help, and get those taken care of. So that way they're not, relying on making those checks, and then we can streamline a lot of these payments.
Yes, Mayor, that's a good idea. Part of our Go Live plan, that receptionist area here in City Hall, we're planning on repurposing that area to add tablets, several of them, and then we'll probably dedicate one staff person to be available to help folks who are in line learn how to use the tablet to make their payments and set up their accounts. And we plan on doing that as staffing permits. I say that that's the hope, but for many days over the last month, we've only had one staff person available and one window open. So if that happens to be the case, we won't have the capacity.
Well, that's an interesting point you just make regarding the tablets. Is there a way for there to be tablets out there for somebody to do the payment themselves?
Yes, that's
Oh.
the hope. We're going to have those tablets set up in that area there.
Yeah, so we're talking about having the tablets, but if we had enough staffing, we could have an employee there to help walk through it, but we're uncertain. We're going to, if we only have one person on the front counter and a lineup of people trying to pay by check, we can't close that window with that one person, have them come and help teach someone. So we kind of get stuck in a circle of, I think we've talked about it before, but yeah, it's difficult.
When a resident pays their payment in person, via check, are we using Check 21 where it automatically converts it to an ACH?
Yes. So one of the things I didn't go over in this slide is how backwards we are in technology. And so the reason we're even going to this payment portal is because the existing payment portal was being constantly hacked by bad people. And so we had to shut that down temporarily and often. But to your point, right now it's a two-step process. When somebody comes in to make a payment, we'll take the check and we'll post that payment to their utility account. But then at the end of the day, so throughout the day, it goes into a payment batch. At the end of the day, they have to take that batch and scan it into a separate system, into the banking system to deposit that check. In the new ERP financial system, that all happens at the same time. But right now, it is duplicating the work. So we have to scan the check in twice.
And that'll be a common theme you'll see in other departments as well. Because we haven't had a strong budget for so many years, infrastructure fixes have been put off and software updates have been put off. And so that puts us very far behind. And then it's like, try to do all this work with less people. The only real solution is to invest in automation or technology. But our ERP system, which actually is no longer supported starting next year because it's so old, the quote's roughly $2 million to get a new up-to-date software system. If we can have, I don't know where we find the $2 million, if we can get enough revenue to cover that, we install it, bless you, and then we create efficiencies that help us run with less people. But we need the revenue to do that. So we get stuck again in a circle where without that revenue, we really can't improve and we struggle. But yeah, it's.
Luis, is there a fee for the auto pay? Service fee?
So if it's an ACH payment, if it's a direct payment, I don't believe there's a fee. But across the city, credit card fees are passed on to the customer.
Yes.
So if they are paying with a credit card, they will pay a fee. I believe the current fee is 2.5%.
Okay. Thank you.
One last question for me, Luis. You mentioned the portals being hacked. What data were they accessing? Was there any PII data?
We'd be happy to have that discussion offline, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I need to ask a question. Is there any temporary help in terms of student interns or from the WorkSource Center? Is there a possibility to get folks to help out with some of the work?
I'll take all the help I can get. We'll have to defer to.
I believe
John.
Hub Cities does have a program like for college students. I think their age is 18 to 25 or 26. And they do send some interns to come into City Hall and other businesses. So that might be something that we can possibly do.
Yeah, the difficulty we have is I think the city's overall and the community, I believe, has been pro-union for many, many years, and union positions have been eliminated to attempt to save money and to bring in temp workers to try to do that exact same work would be something that typically is negotiated. There'd have to be discussion. In addition, even if there wasn't that hurdle, I think just in general, for instance, we have a new person training over, 6 months at least to really be able to be left on their own at a front counter with potentially angry customers that need answers and the ability to be precise and be able to not make mistakes with their financial system. That level of training to invest in somebody that's a student that maybe has a 3-month window to be here is a tough order to do when it is that. Temps usually would come in and do something very simple. We have some photocopying, filing, maybe just answering a phone. But the work we have is typically more technical and requires more training, as well as the fact that we're trying to replace, union positions with some sort of temp agency is difficult.
This wouldn't cost the city. It's actually monies that the workforce receives. It's actually monies that the workforce receive from the state. So it wouldn't be a city hiree. It would be more of an intern that, yes, they can do the filing. Yes, they can answer the phones, even if it's just taking a message.
Oh.
So it's not taking any union jobs per se, but it is filling in that gap of
No,
a
it's
receptionist or
precisely
somebody that
taking
greets the community
it's taking
and,
their jobs.
and guides them.
It's not a dollar issue, it's taking the job. So the work that is piling up, those checks that aren't getting deposited, the account payable position that was an actual union person that's retired and not been filled, that is their job. If you get even a free person to come in to do that work, it's not what the wage is paying, it's who's doing that. The union would rightfully say that should be them. But I can defer, and it might be a good way to defer to get to our human resource director, John Hamilton, who could speak on that item as well as his cuts.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. To begin with, human resources, what is it that we do? It's more than just the hiring and the retention and the personnel. We also do risk management, which is a huge function. That's management of workers' compensation. That's management of claims, of insurances. There's quite a bit of technical knowledge that's involved in just the management, each one of those areas. If you recall back in fiscal year 21-22, Council commissioned a study because there was some difficulty here in the administration and the delivery of services from human resources. And that study specifically informed the city that to right size the city's human resources delivery services model, it needed to create this department, the Human Resources Department. And it created the exact right number of positions to actually be effective in the delivery of those services. The way that expert had advised council and the way that it was approved for the fiscal year 22-23 budget was that it would come in with its own department, with a department head and 2 divisions, a personnel division led by a deputy director and a risk management division led by a risk manager. We followed exactly that model in the creation of this department, and we hired a gentleman to be our risk manager with over 30 years of experience in risk management to assist the city in some of these very complex and technical areas. So we came in and we began to deliver these services in a way that was highly professional, but still very much taxed, because the mission of human resources and the duties and responsibilities of what this department provides has drastically changed over the years. Over the last 20 years, the responsibilities that actually are in the human resources department has increased tenfold. It's incredibly complex. And so we created that, and then we had this risk manager. And then we come and we're confronted with the budget reductions. And for those budget reductions, the Human Resources Department had a budget of $1.9 million from the general fund. And we were tasked with reducing that $263,000, or about 2.7 million was about what we were tasked with reducing. And the only place that we could actively manage that is to reorganize the department. And in doing that, the recommendations, we had to eliminate one position, and that was the risk manager's position. So a gentleman that we had with over 30 years of experience, we unfortunately could no longer keep. And then I had to distribute all these highly complex duties to analysts that have never managed this stuff. And between my deputy director and myself, we're training these folks to carry on this much larger burden than what they ever were intended to carry on. They're smart people, but they're not only dealing with a heavier workload. 1/3, each one of them took a huge chunk. One does workers' comp, another one does claims, another does insurance and subrogation management. In addition to the stuff that Nellie and I are taking on, in addition to what the duties were before. We're doing it, but I can tell you, I'm checking in with my staff constantly, and we are falling behind. They're heavily taxed, and it's a direct result from the redistribution. We're not operating in that exact model that was recommended by the experts a few years ago on how the city can effectively deliver its human resources services. So you can see up here some of the other things that we did cut to meet the $270,000, $263,000 reduction. Is we took out some training citywide, $9,000. That was for training our supervisors and managers. We reduced our employee recognition committee fund by $32,000, it's almost by half. That's what we use to support employee morale. That's what we use to provide a mechanism to show appreciation to our employees. And that was cut. It wasn't huge. It was operated by a committee of volunteers effectively, but now that's been reduced, and it's taken an impact as well on morale. And then we had to redistribute some salary and funds to other workplaces. But the primary impact here in the Human Resources Department has been the elimination of the risk manager, and in fact, the entire division. We only have a department with one division now. So as I mentioned here, the recognition and the training, that's the one where we cut the ERC, the Employee Recognition Committee. And in doing so, it has had an impact on morale. Employees now are scared. I hear from different employees everywhere, even people on my own staff. I am aware of people that we have that have a high level of expertise and skills that are seeking employment elsewhere. They're doing it because they are scared. They're doing it because they don't see the stability. They have families and they have obligations, and of course, they are going to be looking. And so morale has taken an impact. I kind of mentioned here the risk management reorganization and how the duties are being carried. And we're falling behind. A lot of examples that Lewis is giving us, taking the processing of reviewing new job specs that's taking more time. The process of reviewing claims is slowing down. All these things have deadlines and times and people and pressures, but everybody's doing the best they can. But I think ultimately what's really, really taken an impact, and this is the vacancy and recruitment effects, it's ultimately how is the budget reduction impacting our ability to recruit and retain staff and personnel. We've had a lot more retirements than we normally would have from people that have an incredible amount of institutional knowledge. And that loss of institutional knowledge suddenly is hard to absorb. We don't have the access to that information anymore. We are getting people that have had, for example, we have one gentleman that's been here for 25 years that runs one of our large divisions. He's moving on. 25 years at the city tells you a lot because the instability. And we are now facing difficulties. And how do we staff some of these highly technical positions in a market that is competitive and our wages are falling behind? It is a difficult proposition to convince somebody that the city of Southgate is a great place to work. We're doing our best. The city manager is constantly trying to find ways to improve morale, and we're doing our best, but I can tell you that these stories are going to keep increasing, where you're going to hear people that have been here for years are deciding to move on out of the fact that they're afraid for their families and the obligations that they have. Across the city, you're going to hear more examples of what Lewis explained within his department, increased workloads on staff. It's putting pressure on them. And the recruitment is, frankly, that's one of the most difficult things. And I'm going to show you here in some statistics that I have that our efforts statistically, we're having difficulty attracting folks to come to work for the city. Here's our recruitment trend. Since I put up here fiscal years 23, 24, and 24, 25, those are pretty much our baseline years. Those were our years before we were expressing this fiscal crisis that we're currently in. And you can see we were relatively flatlined there, where we had 90 different recruitments. We were receiving 67, 68 applications per job. And you can see that last year, when we began to go through the process of freezing positions, when we began to go through the process of really letting everybody know, including our employees, about the fiscal crisis that the city is in, you can see that the number of positions may have dipped, but the number of applications we received went down. And you can see that from just this fiscal year, these are projections here, but we're projected only to do 52 recruitments. And it's looking like we're only going to have about 52 applications per recruitment. Just because we have 52 applications per recruitment, I can tell you that that doesn't mean we have 52 qualified people. In fact, we're lucky enough if we have a few people that meet the minimum qualifications for a particular position. We've done recruitments for positions over and over again. And despite the fact that we may get 52 applications, we don't have any qualified applicants. So this is the reality of what we're looking at right now. We have a 23% dip in applications from just 2 years ago. And I believe this trend is going to continue unless we can do something to correct the course on this particular ship.
And just to follow up, so unspoken item is recruit people when they're looking at what city they want to work at when they're qualified. Take a look at the headlines. They took a look at the fiscal health of a city. They take a look at the trends. And when they see the headline for Southgate is a $9 million deficit, 32 positions eliminated, we just had it at the next meeting. We'll bring forward all the agreements of the unions agreeing to take no increase for the next at least 6 months. So wage stagnation, reduced staffing, and a structural deficit, knowing that you could come here and our wages are below the average. So you come in here, make less than another city, take on more workload with an uncertain future of having a position that's going to have an increase or may have more cuts in the future. So that all of those pieces are exactly why we're getting less candidates. And the ones we're getting are less qualified because the really qualified people have options and they're choosing not to come to Southgate, whereas several years ago we were seen, at least in our region, as a go-to place. And with less qualified applicants, the people we try to bring in new then are not always as high a quality as they were in the past. They could require more training, may not have as high of an upside, which then can hurt service and our efficiency going forward. So we tend to have a spiral here. Thank you, John. Do you have another slide? Or do you want to just touch back? We'll take questions sec. We talked briefly about the idea of bringing in, say, free staffing to offset unionized positions that have been reduced. Do you want to qualify that a little better?
Sure. So there are specific provisions within our MOUs that talk about any work that could be done by a union member needs to go through a meet and confer process. Even the most clerical duties, those are all covered by our office specialist. I think we have a clerical position that's over in community development. We have these positions that are in fact intended to be full-time union positions. So there's a concern that we have to work with them to be able to bring somebody in. There's also a new law that came into effect that says temporary workers, we have to give notice to the unions. They have to have 45 days to be able to consider it. We have to provide a whole litany of reasons why we're bringing these people in. They can object to those temporary workers. It's not just as volunteers, but this is also folks that we would bring in as temporary workers, people that we need to hire to fill some of these highly technical gaps when somebody's leaving. We still have to go through this process. On top of that, when you bring in certain folks, if they are coming in as individuals, then it potentially increases the city's insurance costs, workers' compensation exposures, and a bunch of other concerns that we're trying to limit the exposure we have to liability, because that's an additional cost that we just don't need to have coming out of our pockets. So in an effort to make sure that we're intelligently providing the workforce that we can for the city without unnecessary exposures to liability, whether that's through claims, that's through workers' compensation, or if it's even through allegations or challenges from the employee unions through PERB, demonstrating that we're not following the labor rules. So it's much more complicated to say, let's just bring in a volunteer, because those volunteers are not, as the city manager said, they're not skilled. They are very unskilled folks that maybe just are able to file papers or move boxes around. The idea that they can't really perform anything greater than simple level skills. We do have some positions that are, I think we have like an engineering intern, that's a specific position, but we hire for that person and they have minimum qualifications where we can bring some folks in under those guidelines. I hope that helps.
Yeah, I just wonder if there is a avenue for the unions to ever consider an internship program, during summer or off school, where, if there is an opportunity to be able to bring in students who are college students who want to learn what, city business is about, that they can come in and maybe answer the phone so they're not, having,
and it's a great idea. It's one of the things on my to-do list, but in the meantime, I'm reaching out to unions to do more important. I have to triage and prioritize what's most important to get done. And unfortunately, there's a ton of policies I would like to get to that I just can't.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, I'm guessing we would need to have a dedicated individual who's going to be responsible for the interns, kind of like we have for our, our Police Explorer program, right? There's a lot of things that go into it, but there's solutions to all those things that go into it, and I just want to make sure that we can make the steps that can get us there eventually. It might not be the answer for right now, but if we can lay the groundwork so that the unions are aware that this is something that we really want to look for in the future, that we at least have those conversations early.
On 100%. Prior to the elimination of the risk manager position, I was able to churn these policies out. I was able to do the proper research and the legal work on there. Now I'm carrying a bigger load on some more higher priority things that cannot be ignored because they have financial consequences for the city, whether it's not responding to Public Records Act requests on time, not handling grievances and other things that really have a higher level of priority, unfortunately.
Right. And that can be a sensitive. I understand that.
And I'll just echo, it's a great idea. But the cities I've seen that typically can best support an intern program are cities that are well-staffed, because typically you're bringing on an intern and you need enough spare time because your workload is light enough that you can dedicate, 5 hours a week to help keep them busy, check on their stuff, take them on on tour of facilities. There's some built-in space, and the tighter are with these cuts, that breathing space to take on that, that training the next generation, which I totally agree with and aspire to. My son's actually doing a internship this summer with that same idea, but that typically they're not doing daily operations. They're kind of, it's more of a gift to the student to help encourage them to think of, say, public service as a career, and we can pay off later with them coming back to us. But at the time, it's dedicating that time.
Right.
And in the future, if we can get more resources, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that we're at least laying the groundwork for that, and we can get that going. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah. I think that the Explorers is a good model to look at, because we've always had issues with recruitment, even before this situation, and getting qualified people. So I think that's something that we could think about in the future when we get more stabilized. But I just wanted to, I guess we haven't heard from the public on this issue, so I want to,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just
Madam
ask
Council.
him a couple of questions, because he did bring up some of these. So when you indicate in regards to the claims, how many claims are we handling or have we handled thus far? And when
Thus far
you
from-
say claims, clarify what you mean by claims. Workers' comp claims.
So there are different types of claims. So we have claims that are filed under the California Tort Claims Act, which are allegations against the city where the person is an outside person, it's not an employee, is seeking compensation for such things as tripping and falling over a sidewalk crack, trees falling and damaging their vehicles, allegations against police use of force. That's one area of claims, and those types of claims we handle in coordination with the city attorney's office. Where the lower level claims that involve property damage, we try to handle those within my office so that it frees up the city attorney so he's handling more serious claims involving personal injury. That involves, it's a pretty lengthy process. There's timing obligations, there's evaluations, there's collections and collection of evidence and investigation that's required into the processing of those claims. It's pretty involved. And you also have one of our residents maybe not a resident necessarily, but somebody that's come within Southgate that is now claiming they were harmed by the city. So you have to manage that. Another type of claim is a workers' comp claim. Workers' compensation is where an employee claims that they suffered an injury or an illness while at work. And it could either be an acute injury or illness, that would be I fell and I broke my arm, or it could be a continuous trauma claim. One that is, the common thing is police officers, when they wore their Sam Brown belts, would have continuous trauma because that constant wearing of that belt was causing lower back pain. So The laws related to workers' compensation are complex. We use AdminSure to assist us with the proper administration of medical care, but there's a lot of paperwork and coordination involved with that as well. There's also another type of claim that we do that we call subrogation claims, and those are the types of things where we're trying to recover money from folks who have damaged our property for the city. This may be in a non-criminal context, because we usually go through the PD and try to get the money back through restitution in a criminal conviction. What we call subrogation claims are ones where we are actively trying to get money from an insurance company to pay for that light pole that they crashed into, or the stop sign they ran over, or et cetera. So there are lots of different types of claims.
Thank you. And you did indicate that you've had to do recruitments for certain positions. Which positions have we had to do constant recruitment that we don't have applicants that qualify?
I mean, yeah, we did, principal accountant over, and I think we did a couple accountant positions. We did that 4 times, and so over in Public Works, we've done principal engineer.
Principal civil engineer and senior civil engineer before that, over 6 recruitments combined just for that alone.
In Parks and Recreation, we did traffic, it was a transportation coordinator. We probably ran that ever since I got here. And it wasn't until recently we were able to fill it with an internal candidate that we trained to take that position. We've run positions over in community development. Sometimes it takes a couple of recruitments to get a qualified planner or a code enforcement officer. This is, it's the difficulty in trying to recruit for some of these. In water as well, sometimes we have difficult, or our electricians, actually, our electrician corps has not been fully staffed since I've been here, and we have run the same recruitments over and over again.
And if I can just make a comment, kind of more high level, simply, all these positions that require experienced and technical individuals, we just cannot find them in the market. Right now, we've got a superintendent position, for example, that we haven't been able to fill for the year. We just can't get qualified applicants. But if it requires experience and technical expertise, it's just not coming in.
And that's, in the past, the biggest gap was that we don't pay as well as many other cities, but we're layering on top of that the budget cut and the concern people have for our fiscal future, and you layer that on top of not paying well, getting qualified people for those high-level jobs becomes almost impossible.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up to any member here in the audience. If you have a comment regarding this topic. Thank you for joining us. Make sure it's green, please. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Gomez, resident 9317 San Juan Avenue. I haven't been here in the last few meetings, but I've listened to them. I've been working, and we just covered this topic. It's been like an hour on this, and I remember hearing, why are these meetings so late? I did read the report on Thursday when it came out, but I didn't see this slide on there. Do council members have access to this slide before this meeting?
No, presentations we put up the day of, and then they'll be available to the public afterwards.
Okay. I'm mostly concerned for, I guess, our council members, because you guys are asking a lot of questions that I feel you should know. These are the numbers that have gone out for the last year, your budget, and there's a lot of stopping of the presentation for some questions that I think you guys should already know and be prepared for, or ask your counsel for. And there's some ambiguity being pushed when there's presentations giving that really, sometimes confuses us. So maybe let them finish the presentation and then ask after. Because I enjoyed the presentation, but there was so much stopping, guys. Like, let's get through it. Also, I remember the city manager a bunch of meetings ago saying we can't do more with less. We have to do less with less. And I appreciate you guys are trying to solve the problem, but you guys are giving solutions that are gonna cost money, gonna add people. We already know we can't do that, so let's move on past that. And my last one is, you mentioned something about hackers to take it offline. I don't know, is our payment information going to be?
No, no personal information has been released or been hacked. What's that? Oh, sorry. I'll have
All
to
right.
wait.
Well, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other in-person comment, I'll close the in-person comment. Any one on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have caller ending in 609.
All right. Thomas Buckley?
Are you able to hear me?
I can faintly hear you, Thomas.
Okay. I'll speak as best as I can. I think you may have had the other problem with Mario Dominguez with his volume as well. I'll do the best I can. Going back to the last comment about presentation, I agree with the person that just spoke. I think these presentations are sometimes monopolized by particular council members, and it's a repeated pattern that we see. Maybe it's just best to allow the presenter to go through with the presentation, make some notes on your paper, and then after the presentation is concluded, then you can, make your notes heard. I do believe also that employees are rightfully scared. The city council members really screwed them over and their families. When the former city treasurer, myself, and others warned them about the looming deficit, the council totally ignored us. And I think a lot of things can demoralize employees. For example, hiring family and friends instead of applicants who are more qualified. Or, for example, we have a commissioner who committed assault and battery upon another city employee. That can be demoralizing. We have a city manager that outlashes at and demeans residents during council meetings. I can only imagine what goes on behind closed doors. Recruitment is a lot like the stock market. No one wants to enter it when stability is uncertain. And it's better to enter once it's hit rock bottom, because at least there's some sense of stability and expectations. And with all of your illustrious words, last minute plans, I think the employees are scared because they're smart. They know we have incompetent leadership in our council chambers. So if self-preservation is an instinct you possess, don't say interns are not, viable because we have to think of the unions. I would say instead, consider any and all potentially viable solutions. All options are on the table. Maybe it's not what we want ideally, but it's what meets our needs during this financial crisis. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Mario?
All right, let's see. Can you people hear me?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, I wish, I like coming up with solutions. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. A very dismaying presentation by Mr. Frausto here. And to see Mr. Hamilton and what's going on with his department. I mean, council members, this is your neglect here. If you had done your job and given us a utility user tax back in 2010, you would have had 10 solid years being able to capitalize on that money. Think of all the great stuff you could have done with our city. And here what does the old monkey say? He said, well, we wanted to keep the taxes low for our residents. Yeah, but is that really the smart approach for our city hall? Are you really doing what's in the best interest of our city hall by keeping the taxes so low? This is why our city has no money. And now you see Mr. Hamilton, you guys got the hell out of his department. Now he had to lose one key person, and now the workload has been dumped on the rest of the staff, and they're barely trying to keep their heads above water. I don't know what the hell we're going to do if we don't get this utility user tax. You people have trashed our city so damn hard. I mean, this presentation and the previous one, again, you guys are late. You guys are late with everything. Now we're trying to scramble and figure out how we're going to get out of this mess. I'm sorry. I wish I had some solutions for you. I got nothing. I'm empty. I'm at the end with that.
Thank you. Next.
We have Yancy Lopez.
Hi, good evening, council members. Just a quick comment.
as far as the presentation and the breaks, watching it online, it is kind of inconvenient with the breaks because when you guys do go on to explain, the presentation does get removed and then it gets removed for a while. So it's kind of hard as a viewer online to be keeping track of the presentation as well. And then just a quick question, just maybe a solution. Luis said he can get all the help. I understand human resource, what he's explaining, but at least can we get volunteers to at least help members with the tablet situation, right? So instead of the clerk going out and stepping out, maybe we can have volunteers just being there, just guiding people on how to do the tablets. Or even if you guys have an event, maybe volunteers who will be more than welcoming to contribute their time to help out the community. Thank you.
We have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Am I coming in okay?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. I have to agree with the previous people that spoke. I mean, you guys, they give great presentations. You got to let them finish. I mean, you're turning a 15, 20-minute presentation into an hour. And it's always the usual. Let's just face it, it's always a fossil to the right, trying to make points. Nobody cares because you're just going to say it again and again and nobody's listening. Nobody cares what happened in 1978 or 88. The fact of the matter is the problem is you guys mismanaged everything from the finances to the gaslighting of the community to lying to the community. All these years, you had opportunities. This presentation, based on just numbers that fit your narrative, 2019 to 2020, why wasn't every other year after that included? Compared to 1980, of course, it's going to be up like 400%. You got this guy right here in the middle of the dais sounding like he's concerned about cost. What about the $30,000 you almost take in insurance? What about this old geezer over here next to you taking another $22,000? $50,000 in insurance costs to the general public, our tax dollars, when you have insurance. It's not like you don't have insurance. Why are you stealing from the community? Answer that question. You're telling us this UUT to save the community when you're stealing money from us and you don't need it. You're retired, old man. You're retired. You have insurance. You're covered medically all the way around. This guy in the middle, the onion eater over here, the onion ring eater, you have insurance. Why are you taking money from us? And then in the same breath, you're telling us as UUT to pay more taxes to cover your reckless spending? No, that's not going to happen. You give presentations about the UUT. All these cities have it. Well, you know what? All these cities are in trouble too. The UUT is not the answer. You're only buying time. You're putting a Band-Aid on something that's inevitable that's going to happen because you can't control your spending. You think giving you more money is going to solve the problem? You're not getting any more money. I want to do everything in my power to fight this and make sure residents understand that you guys are incompetent. You cannot be trusted with any more money. And I want to make sure every little detail comes out of all your reckless spending, all the money you're wasting, all the money you're taking, all these perks that you're stealing from us, and all the people, friends and family that you have hired in this city on staff. You think that doesn't demoralize people? And I got a message, a couple of them for our parks. You know what demoralizes people? Sexual harassment. That demoralizes people. Supervisors actually taking people out. This last event, the camping event. What are you guys going to do if video and pictures come out of that? You really need to pay attention to these damn things. You guys are running a loose ship right now that's sinking.
Anyone else?
We have Ms. Liz Ruiz.
Ms. Ruiz?
Good evening, Council. Liz Ruiz. Yeah, I wanted to hit up a few things. I agree with the first speaker about perhaps having, well, only in the sense of having the presentation available ahead of time. I know that a lot of you have access to staff to ask a lot of these questions, and I would suggest maybe doing that then and asking staff to bring up certain key points. That's what I try to do during the Parks and Planning Commission meeting, just to save time at the meetings. as far as the intern situation goes, I'm honestly surprised that any council member that is currently part of a union would ask a question about basic questions about internships. Anybody who's worked and has been part of a union should know that interns, cannot be taking staff positions and actually have to learn something. They can't just be doing menial work. They have to be learning on the spot. That's the point of an internship, especially when it comes to civil office, a civil job. The other thing, people talk a lot about Councilmember Hurtado's experience, and I think it's very ageist to be doing that, because I personally appreciate his knowledge. I learned recently that from him that even the Landscaping and Lighting Fund had gotten a push of money to update a few certain lights because of his advocacy. And he doesn't, bring that up, but I would like to highlight it because I think it's important to keep that in mind and keep in mind all the efforts that the city has done to get public funding to make city improvements. I don't think y'all get enough credit for that. And I know it's been brought up in the past, but it's astonishing to me how so many of the critics really push that aside because it's something that benefits our community, and I guess it just doesn't fit their agenda. But I mean, if it comes to stealing money, the previous speaker should maybe address what happened to the money that his family stole from the American Legion. I don't know if that was ever resolved, but I mean, if he's running for office, I would like to know what happened with those. I think it was 700 or whatever money that suddenly he was able to use to run at the previous election. Yeah, I would like to know that as somebody who votes regularly in the city and participates regularly. That's pretty much it, but thank you guys.
Anyone else?
We have no other.
All right, go ahead and close the public comment section. Bring it back to council. Any other questions?
Yeah, I was just going to say, thank you.
Time's up.
Boy,
It's up.
that happens every time I talk. Look, we appreciate everyone's comments, and I should tell you, I remember when both Henry Gonzalez and Bill DeWitt were here. I think what everybody appreciated was their knowledge, the experience that they bring, and it was very valuable. But I hear both sides. I hear some people say that, why do you have to bring that old stuff out? And it makes a point. What we do today is going to have an impact tomorrow, 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, 30 years down the line. And what people have done in the past is the same thing. So we learn from those things, hopefully not to repeat it. And I have heard, again, about internships, bringing people in. A couple of things with that. Remember, it was last year in November, I think the law was passed. And I'm not sure if this is what you were referring to, John, Senate Bill 642. Was that it? Senate Bill 642 was the one that said that it basically protects so we don't hire people at lower wages or less benefits. In any case, that impacts not just municipalities, but businesses across the state of California. And a lot of people try to find a loophole to save on making payments or paying benefits. So a Senate bill was passed, and municipalities like Southgate, we have to adhere to it. And there are agreements that we have with our unions to protect jobs. And again, I hear from a lot of people that, why don't you do this? Why don't you do this? But regardless of what we do, we still have to follow the law. If it were just easy for us to make policies to do things that are going to save money, but we're going to violate the law, I'm glad that there's protections for them. But again, very good points. I appreciate all the comments that were made. One of the comments was about us not having this information. I think part of the problem is that we knew that these cuts were going to be drastic, they're going to be impactful, but we're not in a position to know exactly, like where those cuts, how those cuts were going to be impacting. I come to City Hall Monday through Thursday, spend a few hours here, and when I see a long line, where I didn't used to see a long line before, it's pretty bad. And sometimes it's very simple questions people might have, but because of staffing issues, again, those numbers aren't there. When we say there's like 5 or 10 people there, but those 5 or 10 people there are there for a long time. So again, the impacts are huge. And again, I hope that people understand that we're doing everything we can to minimize that impact. But again, thank you for the comments. Thank you for the presentations as well. Thanks.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember. And thank you, folks here, for staying attentive still this late, and appreciate you. And I appreciate all the comments. I just wanted to say that, I think that through this process that we've gone through, that staff has taken a leadership role to, there's a lot of things that a lot of people don't see, but there was a lot of, reorganization. Most of the departments did some reorganization. We balanced the budget. I mean, that's important. We gave out, we moved around people so that to keep things going. There was early incentive to retirement. We told people that have been here for a long time, and we gave a little bonus on the way out. So they just, and so I think that was a good thing to help. So we were going to cut all these people. So, I mean, most people left, or we found a way out, and I think that was, because it's still harmful, but at least we were sensitive to the employees that had been here for a long time. And I think that's important. And I compliment the staff for doing all of that and keeping the city afloat. And I know it's a little tough times, but maybe this is going to be temporary if we were able to move forward and build support for the UUT, because it is important. And as mentioned, you saw the numbers, you saw the other cities, and what's happening to this city is not unique to this city. I mean, we're hearing Long Beach. You think Long Beach, they're also going to be laying off a number of people. Downey is also struggling. They have all these entertainment centers and all these places to generate revenue, and they're still struggling. LA Unified, you've heard what's going on with them. I mean, in terms of potential layoffs there and so forth. So this is not a unique, it's a difficult time for a lot of cities. And so I think we've done a pretty good job of addressing some of the financial concerns. I think in November we can kind of move forward, hopefully get buy-in from the community. Those that can afford to pay a little bit more. There are going to be those that probably won't be able to pay more, but that's their vote. That's what they can decide. What this council did was basically put it on the ballot for the public, the community to decide how we move the city forward. And that's one option, and we'll be looking at other options. So I just want to thank everybody for it's a difficult time, but that's what makes us stronger going forward. So
Thank you very much. And thank you, Luis and John, for your presentation. I 100% echo what the Vice Mayor says, that this is a very difficult time for our city. But I do want to thank the staff that is here doing the efforts that they are to move our community forward. It is very difficult, but when I come in here and I see the staff working diligently the way they have been, it is, I'm just thankful as a resident first, and then thankful as the mayor of the city at the same time, right? So thank you for your presentation. I'll go ahead and move on to the next item, Madam Clerk, which is non-agenda. Comments from the audience for non-agenda items? If any member of the audience would like to make a comment for non-agenda items, go ahead and line up on the left there and come on up.
Good evening, Council and everybody at the diocese up here. I try not to come to council meetings too much. I enjoy watching the YouTube, so if I can doze off and then come back to when I hear something of interest. But I'd like to thank the city manager for accepting our Rotary Club's invitation to bring their directors to talk to 5 different meetings in regards to how this UUT is going to affect your department. And I would kind of encourage you to look at it a different way. The thing that I hear for the comments, people coming up over the internet and stuff, is that the end is near, that the gloom is dark. And they say it's dark before the sun comes. What I would encourage you is have a brief conversation at the presentation that you come with Rotary on the small negative things. We all know there's going to be budget cuts. We all know there's going to be bodies that are going to have to be let go. We all know that services are going to be cut. Let's talk about what we're going to do once this UUT passes. Look at the bright side. Look what's going to happen in the future. In addition to that, we as council members need to look at what we're going to do once that additional money. Maybe it's not going to help us in the short term, but in the long term, we have to have a plan of attack. We have to utilize this ballot measure to our benefit so that we can maintain the people that are ready to leave or ready to retire so we can bring in new people. And I agree with a lot of the things that people talk about when you bring in an intern. One of the things that we try to do as a Rotary Club is make sure that we engage with our youth, both at the high school level, at the younger level. So what we want to do is we want to challenge the other service clubs and all the other nonprofits to come to these meetings where we will have the parks director there, we'll have the police chief there, but we want them to be able to hear what we're going to have to do moving forward, and not how, if this doesn't pass, what should have been gone through the ballot on 5 months ago. But that's yesterday's lunch, as a wise man once told me. So just remember, every time you point the finger to somebody, there's always 3 of them coming back to you. So let's look this on a positive note. Let's move forward on this UUT. And I want to introduce my president-elect of our Rotary Club, Luis Torres here. And he's only been to probably about 3 or 4 council meetings. And it's very interesting to hear his comments after that, in addition to people that I talked to about this UUT. So there's a lot of positive and there's a lot of negative out there, but let's just move forward being positive. And I would encourage both the city treasurer and the city clerk to maybe put together a day that they would come and meet at Rotary too. Thank you for your time. I have a flyer here with the dates if anybody in the audience wants to get that before I leave. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. All right. See no other in-person comments. I'll go ahead and close the in-person. Anyone on Zoom?
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead, Mario.
Okay, so we all saw how Mayor Barone treated me like trash at the last city council meeting by refusing to allow me to speak on an agendized item having to do with the zoning code and the changes that the city wants to make. And, you know, just shows how, you know, the massive neglect that our city hall has. I mean, you guys are you know, this zoning code, you have parts of it that aren't even clearly defined. And, you know, I was looking at that map that Mr. Perez did about the M2 and M3. Who the hell came up with the idea of putting 2 of our city parks in the heavy manufacturing zone? You got Urban Orchard Park and Circle Park in the M2 and M3. Who the hell came up with that idea? Why would you do that? Where are our people? Our people are on the west and on the north side of our town. But no, you go over the LA River and you put it in the M2 and M3 zone. That's just idiotic to me. That's called bad planning. And the thing I wanted to say regarding that presentation and not being able to speak is, you know, people talk about transparency and, you know, oh, we're transparent, we want to hear from the residents. Well, if you're not allowing the residents to speak on agendized items, how can you say you're all about transparency? And the other thing I want to hit on, you know, the last 2 planning commission meetings, I submitted public comment questions directly at Mr. Perez, and he didn't answer any of them. So if your staff, if your directors refuse to answer the public's question, public comment questions, again, how can you say you're about transparency if your own staff doesn't have the decency to give us a response to our questions? Now, I can respect and I can accept someone saying, well, that's a good question, but I just don't have the answer to that. I'm going to look into that. That I can take. What I cannot accept is dead silence. That right there is just, that's a slap in the face. That's an insult, really. Give me something, for crying out loud, especially if I take the time to type up a public comment email. Give me something. So, answer our questions. Let us know what's going on. And let us speak on agendized items. I'll end with that.
We have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Mr. Montalvo?
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Am I coming in okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to begin with addressing the behavior of the city manager. You make this case of you want us to support the employees, which I do, but when you have our top paid employee that cost us residents over $400,000 a year, insulting the community and community members, first he labels people enemies of the city that he disagrees with. Then at the last meeting, he calls people stupid for asking questions with no repercussions at all. Not one of you on that day said anything to him, did not correct him, did not say, oh, we didn't mean that. Nope. But how am I not surprised? We have the drunk sailor over here that's constantly cussing, calling people pieces of doo-doo, using the S word. We have this other guy in the middle over here that is constantly laughing at people, lying to people. So of course, employees are going to pick up on that. There's no excuse for the behavior that this city manager is displaying, especially for the amount that he gets paid through our tax dollars. You guys forget who pays your salary, and you guys forget who you serve. Not only is it embarrassing, but it's uncalled for to call residents stupid for asking questions. That's the whole purpose of us coming here, is to ask questions. And you have the nerve to call people stupid? Who do you think you are? You think you walk on water? You think just because you sit there and you have a title that you're better than anybody? Who gave you the right to call people stupid? You should be ashamed of yourself. And you people on these council people should be ashamed of themselves also for not addressing it when it happened. You are out of control and reckless, and you're a bad representation for the city, both as a professional and as a top paid person on staff. You need to go. You need to apologize to the community and be sincere about it, because that wasn't an accident. That was a Freudian slip. That came straight from your heart. That's what you were thinking about, because it's not the first time it has happened. Secondly, I just want to address a light pole that is out on State and Tweedy. It flickers off. I know you guys don't have people looking at it, but I think it's going from south to north. I don't know. You know what? Maybe that might hit Linwood. But anyways, that light flickers a lot. And I've seen a couple of cars just cross the light, and it's turning green, but it flicks to red like in a split second. Anyways, that's all I have. Thank you.
We have caller ending in 609.
Hi, this is Thomas Buckley. First of all, it's always bewildering whenever a council member says, we're doing a great job, we're all doing great. No, you're not. You're really not doing great, guys. I can't even give you okay or subpar. You're doing really badly. And just look at our ballots as proof. That's the evidence in of itself. We have a fiscal crisis. I don't think you guys could be saying you're doing great. Maybe as people, as human beings, maybe you got some, good things going there, but not as council members. Don't give yourself that much credit, guys. You're not doing great. But going back to some positivity, like one of the speakers just said, with UUT, it's going to fail at the ballots. And I think that looking at the Southgate, the City of Southgate Facebook post, you were talking about the school crossing guard program update. And you were spreading fear about, how, terrible things are going to happen to our city, the gloom and doom. like one of the speakers had talked about, you're promoting that to the community. So what I'd like to do instead is let's give this a positive spin, and we can make this into reality, something positive from your negative post. Let's encourage the city, and I'm hoping you guys will keep this in mind. Let's encourage the city to use any grant money that comes in to purchase stop signs, handheld stop signs, and yellow vests, and then donate these to every school in Southgate so that they can take on parent volunteer programs to become crossing guards. And I think that's a great way to get the parents to bond with their child's school. I used to do that all the time with my kids, and it was great because I got to know their parents, the staff, and so forth. So imagine that, a parent cross guard volunteer program. What a great way to support your child and his classmates, his teachers, and school staff. I think it's a fantastic thing that we could be doing. And we wouldn't have to pay for it because, again, if we could find a way to get grant money to cover it. The other thing is regarding Councilmember Barone saying whether or not it's common practice to speak on, to allow the public to speak on receiving files. And Mario Dominguez was saying, if you're not allowed to let the public speak, how are you going to promote transparency? I just want to remind everybody that the council is required. It's not just common practice. It's actually the law. And I'd invite you to review this thing called the Brown Act. And the Brown Act states that the legislative body must allow members of the community to comment on every item, on every agenda, either before or during the body's consideration of the item. And if you guys want to reference that, it's 54954.3A. And that's in the California Government Code. Thank you so much, guys.
Anyone else?
We have Ms. Liz Reese.
Ms. Reese?
Good evening, everybody. Liz Ruiz on Kaufman. A couple of things I wanted to bring up. The first is regarding the volunteer program for crossing guards. I feel like that's been something that's been addressed quite often, a couple of times. And I don't know why it's being brought up again, because I knew there were liability and insurance concerns, and if the city doesn't want to take on that liability and increase in insurance costs, I honestly don't see why or how the school district would do it. So yeah, that's something for that. And the other thing is just about the hypocrisy of throwing mud at the city because of just how somebody perceives what somebody said, what the city manager said when he called people enemies of the state, of the city. And, whether or not those words were right to use, I think it brings up a really good concern, especially when people who are running for the city don't bring up any viable ideas on how to fix our fiscal problems. They like to criticize, but when they don't bring ideas, then what are you here for? What do you think you can bring to our city? Like, why should people care or even consider you as a candidate for anything? I don't understand that at all. I haven't understood it. I honestly saw it was so obvious to me that certain people were going to run because, people start showing up to council meetings out of nowhere right before election season. So, surprise, surprise, here they are. But, when you try to judge council members for criticizing or supposedly cussing, it's just the biggest hypocrisy to me, the pot calling the kettle black. Especially when, one of the previous speakers has been making memes about people, including me, and spreading falsehoods throughout social media. It's just the biggest hypocrisy. That's not, conduct that I would like to see representing me anywhere in our city government. So it's just something to consider, I think, for people out there when they see these people. It's so easy for them to make videos and spread them through social media, but like really, check things out for yourself. It's not difficult to look things up. And a couple other things. I did have a question for Art Cervantes regarding how projects work, especially when
Time's up. I'm sorry. If you can send an email, Liz, to Art.
We have no others,
We have
Mr.
no
Mayor.
other? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public comment section, and we'll go ahead and start with the reports from the department heads.
I don't have anything to report, Mayor.
Good evening, council. Just a couple items. I want to thank the community for coming out to participate in our inaugural summer park program for the month of July. I think it was a great turnout. We had every day, the numbers just kept increasing throughout the summer. So it was really nice to just see the community coming out and just participating in the programs, and just thankful to staff for making it happen. And it was kind of last minute, so to speak, and they made it happen. And just seeing the smiling faces and all the families just engaging was awesome to see. Also, we had our concert in the park that we held on July 30th. We had about 350, 400 people in attendance. We featured the band Los del Momento, and we did it. It was a great job. Our staff, we had 2 hourly staff members who stepped up to the challenge of putting on the event. So kudos to Christine Avila and Elizabeth Uribe for putting that event together. And then August 1st, we held our 3rd annual Family Camp Night, where it was sold out with 40 families. And it was very hot out there, but it was a great event. Again, all the families just seemed to really enjoy themselves, and we had plenty of water activities for everyone to stay nice and cool throughout the day. So just another successful event, and thankful to staff for putting that on as well. And then this past weekend, we had an Eco Garden workshop at the Urban Orchard. I believe that was a sold out event. And then just to save the date for our movie in the park coming up at the end of the month on Hollydale Community Park, we're going to be showing Zootopia at 8 p.m. And then also don't forget to register for the summer golf tournament taking place on Saturday, August 30th. It's pre-registration only. So if anybody who's interested in golf, please don't forget to pre-register for that. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Gabe?
Mayor, council, nothing to report from community development.
Thank you. Lewis?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. One, just on the payment portals that will hopefully go out live by the end of the month. I just wanted to remind folks that that project is delayed. There was a question regarding the question that our city treasurer asked regarding the hacking. So as a general practice, we don't speak about a lot of the cybersecurity issues that we have for the sake of protecting the city and its infrastructure. And that's the only reason why I mentioned that I would speak to the city treasurer offline. There has not been a breach of our systems. In the last 6 months, we've significantly upgraded our cybersecurity posture. The details of that I will not speak publicly about, but the public doesn't have anything to worry about at the moment related to the hacking attempts of our utility portal. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, John?
Good evening, council. Nothing to report from Human Resources.
All right, Manny?
Good evening, council members. So I just wanted to share that on August 4th, we celebrated National Night Out. Due to budget cuts and the fact that we eliminated our crime prevention position, which was the person responsible for creating the event for the police department, we couldn't host National Night Out in front of the station like we normally do. So this year, we asked our block captains to see if they wanted to host, and 3 neighborhood block captains volunteer their houses, and it was a nice evening. We got to meet a lot of community members. We got to talk, and it was a very nice event. And so I will, if you will, I would like to publicly thank our Black captains that hosted that evening. My phone closed. Sorry. So I have Lupe Perez from Elmira Avenue, Barry Goss Spielman from Aneta Avenue, and Sandra and Sheila from McKinley Avenue. And so I want to thank them for hosting for us. And the second item that I want to speak to about is the crossing guards. As you know, due to budget cuts, one of the programs that was eliminated was the crossing guards. And I'm very concerned because to me, as I'm responsible for public safety, the crossing guards provide an essential service to our community because they're the ones that help keep our community youth, students safe, specifically during arrival and dismissal times. So it's very sad to say that we're not going to have them starting tomorrow, which is day one of the school year. So to be able to help with that and maintaining our commitment to the safety of our children, I do have all of our officers that are working tomorrow and all of our CSOs, some which are coming in on overtime, to deploy them to the different schools, primarily the elementary schools, and working up to this second junior school, middle schools, and also high schools as time is permitted. But I really am hoping that as a city we take the steps to be able to bring those crossing guards back. Thank you.
Yeah. Manny, just to add, also, I think we should thank for the National Night Out. I think Chick-fil-A here in Southgate was a big contributor. They gave out food vouchers to every participant that was there. So wanted to thank them as well publicly for partnering with our city as well.
That is correct. Thank you.
And if I can,
City
just
Manager.
piggybacking on our chief's statement about the crossing guards, it is a concern. It's you'll hear more specifics about the police department's cuts at the next meeting, but $750,000, just under $750,000 is the actual cost from the city to have that program. A question could be, why would that be a city cost instead of a school district cost? But unfortunately, cities throughout LA have had to pay those amounts in order to have crossing guards. That includes paying for the crossing guards. There was a caller mentioning in the past there was volunteers. I remember when my daughter was young, that was a job that volunteers, parents, and different people would step up and do. But I know that in almost every school district that's gone away, and that's because you get one accident, some accident happened, lawsuits happened. It's what's training does that person? Where's the insurance for that? Who's in control of that obligation and that insurance, which then required these people to have training to have insurance that covers in the event of a lawsuit, which took it out of the volunteers' hands, which led to all the districts having to look for an alternative solution. The district said they didn't have money, and cities in many cases have tried to fill that gap, but at a huge cost. So there's not going to be, certainly I encourage anyone to ask schools if they want to set up a volunteer program and they want to handle the insurance and the training that would be involved with that and take the liability. We've reached out to the schools multiple times and they're not interested in taking on that cost. So we feel that we're stuck here. We've had to go without positions filled for the police department. We've had to cut many staff in the police on top of this crossing guard cut. And so we are stuck. And as the chief was, we're hopeful in the event that we could have more revenue if we were able to get more revenue by the end of the year, it's certainly something that, we can work with a contractor to restore, as much services as we can based on council's direction with that new revenue in January. So it's not necessarily leading to never having crossing guards again, but with the current revenue, we don't have the funds. So when the police mentioned staff, his police officers and some community service officers will be there, we can't guarantee large numbers because we're short-staffed. We now have basically 2 less officers per shift every day of the week because of our cuts. And they're going to have to be on call for 911 calls, which will take priority. So it's really any officers that currently aren't on call, which may only be a couple, would be coming out, and they won't be holding stop signs or the CSO. They'd be helping with traffic control, getting people to slow down, educating folks. But we just don't have the resources to fill that gap at this time.
Yeah, and Mr. City Manager, just for the residents to know, we did make the ask if LAUSD would want to do a volunteer program and be able to take that responsibility. And we never got a response back. We actually did get a response back that it was a no from them. Mr. City Attorney.
Just in response to one of the comments from the public speaker about these receive and file reports. The City Council undertakes a number of ministerial, purely administrative actions that don't involve entering into new contracts, don't involve changing policy decision, and the receive and file reports fall within those categories. They fall in the same categories when you issue a proclamation. For example, we don't open it up to the public because we're just recognizing an individual. When these receive and file reports come in, we're listening to them, but there's no action taken other than they go on and they become a part of the administrative record. I wanted to just point out that under the government code 54952.6, this is really the operative core of the Brown Act. It says, as used in this chapter, action taken, and that's the term of art, action taken means a decision by a majority of the members of the City Council. It's a collective commitment or a promise by a majority of the members to make a positive or negative decision, or an actual vote by a majority of the members when sitting together and there's a motion made on a proposal, resolution, order, or an ordinance. These receive and file reports are none of those. And in the past, the City Council has allowed the public to comment, but it really lies within the discretion of the council about what that practice is. And so, for example, today, if we had not allowed the public to comment after the receive and file report, it would not have been a Brown Act violation. That's, it's worth noting that we did allow the public to comment. We allow the public to comment before we go into closed session, and then we allow the public to comment when we come back and they hear what we did in closed session. That's not required under the Brown Act. So it's just worthy of noting that there are steps here that the city undertakes to maintain the transparency here. And it's important for people to understand what the scope and the purpose is of the Brown Act itself. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to thank Luis for his presentation earlier and also for providing clarity regarding the hacking comment that was made. I think it's just when it comes up in a presentation, it raises additional closed session in the future as well. There are, a lot of, variables around when it comes to cybersecurity, and some of those also do require the California Attorney General to be informed in certain circumstances. And there's also some California civil codes that apply to cybersecurity events. So it's good to hear that, none of that has occurred here, but it's always good to ensure that the council stays informed on any events that might impact us as a city, and that we stay ahead and invest, even with a UUT or without a UUT, we need to keep the cybersecurity posture up to par and invest into the systems that are required because the exposure is much greater than the investment that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to state that the nomination period was open from July 13th and it ended August 7th. I just wanted to give you a list of the qualified candidates. It is also posted on our website. For the November 3rd general election, we have Al Rios, Joshua Barone. We have Alan Garcia, Edgar Pelayo, and Jimmy Ozaeta. For city treasurer, we have Jose de la Paz, and for city clerk, we have Yadic Lace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Councilwoman Laura Blos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to those that are on YouTube, Zoom, and those that are still here in the audience. In accordance with AB 1234, I did attend the Southeast Water Coalition this past week, which is now being conducted in the city of Cerritos. CWAC actually provided a letter of support to the city of Norwalk for their application to the State Water Resource Central Board Drinking Water Revolving Fund because they're seeking grant monies for their wells. CWAC is also uploaded live their website indicating who's on the board and what exactly is it that we do, those of us that sit on that board. I will be attending Vector Control this Thursday. I just want to remind the public to make sure that you empty out any water, standing water. I know it's been really hot and we have a tendency to water our plants more. So if any standing water is left out, these mosquitoes unfortunately breed very quickly. And we have been posting, I believe, on our website, West Nile virus detections that have happened here in the city and throughout Southeast LA area. What is going to ask you, Tina, or city manager, do we have any cooling stations at the senior center for our seniors now that it's been really hot? Because I know it's been pretty scorchy out there. Even though the barometer might say it's 87, it actually feels over 90 because it's pretty bad.
It is warm out there. We are prepared to open up a cooling center if the need is there. Currently, the city policy states it's supposed to be 95 degrees for 3 days or more. In the event that it does go above that or within that range and we feel like there's a need, we have the ability to open up like immediately.
Okay. Just because I know that, some seniors don't have air conditioning in their homes. I also want to give a nice warm welcome to all of the students here in the city of Southgate. Welcome back to school. I know school starts tomorrow. Reminding our residents that are driving in school zones, go slowly. Our little ones are going back. A lot of families do walk their kids to school. And I know we're not going to have any crossing guards, but we will have some police presence. But again, parents, just be mindful, and the drivers, be mindful that the kids are around, especially now that school's starting. And with that, that is all that I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtado.
Yeah, I know LAUSD is struggling also with finances. They, a few years back, they cut back on their school police, and there's calls for people to reinstate that, and that just doesn't seem to be something that they're going to do. And it's unfortunate that so many schools just don't provide the crossing guards. I really think that that's something that they should undertake. But again, it leaves it up to municipalities like Southgate to do that. One thing that no one's talked about, and I think living in Southern California, it's important to do that. We've had all these earthquakes out in Colombia, and God bless all the people out there, prayers to them. And Venezuela not too long ago as well. And I think there were like 4 or 5 others in the last couple of weeks, Philippines and whatnot. And being that we're in Southern California, we've had our share of earthquakes throughout the years, and it's been a while since we've had one of the big ones, and I think we always need to be prepared. So again, if you're out there and you're listening, take every step possible to do that. And again, we appreciate everyone's comments, and I had told myself I'm going to try to avoid, but these comments about the city manager, he made a comment once about enemy of the city, and what he was referencing to is that there are social media pages that unfortunately the administrators don't always get the story right, and those people who get on to try to correct it, they get booted out and their comments get deleted. And it just happened again. I got a call that someone made a posting that the city manager called people stupid. And a friend of mine commented, "Where's the rest of the audio?" And she called me up because her comment got deleted and she won't be allowed to comment. And so I asked the city clerk if she can look at and get the transcript of that. Can you just read those 2 paragraphs, please? And let me preface it by saying a comment was made about training, which I find fundamentally important as a supervisor for the post office. Improperly training people or not training them is keeping people from being efficient. And so the comment was made is, why are we spending all this money on training? And so the city manager attempted to explain that, but I can tell you, I've heard the recording myself, at no time did he call anyone stupid. It never happened. Can you read those 2 paragraphs I asked you to read, please?
Councilmember Hurtado, just to let you know that it's approximately 1 hour, 46 minutes and 48 seconds, and it ends at 1 hour, 48 minutes and 45 seconds. It states, so this is not wasteful spending. This is all managed and planned with the factor that we still have staff that have to get the work done. They still have to learn best practices to be even more efficient, with less people. So it's stupid, or I would view it as being short-sighted, I guess is a better way of saying it, to think that we need to not learn what other cities are doing smarter and faster in order to appear to be saving money in the short term and actually be wasting money.
Thank you. That's good enough. And again, what we used to do at the post office is we used to train new employees. We used to train people when we had new machinery. We used to train people when we had a new system of doing things. We used to train people if they were involved in an accident. We used to train people if they were not being efficient, and we felt that maybe training them a little bit more would do it. So there's many reasons why we train. And with so much technology that goes on, it serves our community better if we properly train our people. And again, I wanted to clear that up because I don't think it's fair that we get our staff misread. Okay, you can use that word if you want, but again, we are public figures, they're staff, and we get used to it, but staff should not be putting up with this kind of stuff. So again, thank you for what you do, and your comment, had you said something that was inappropriate, I would have told you about that, because we won't let anybody here insult any resident or business owner here in Southgate, and you didn't do that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you, those folks that are here tonight. I'll be real quick and brief. I just want to thank the chief for taking the lead on crossing guards and, doing some assistance there, because I think it's important that you have the community service officers and some officers out there, because we do care about the young ones. And thank you for that. Secondly, I did ask the city manager to look into the environmental spill, the oil spill. I know we talked about it. If we could kind of keep an eye on that. I know that they were cleaning up. This is the incident that happened in East LA, but trickled down through Southgate and all the oil spill. And so we just want to update on if there's any harm to the community, just to stay, just an I know the county supervisor asked for a report too, so maybe they already have something that we could just view and bring it to the public so that we feel okay. Then I just want to notify that, I know that tomorrow LA Unified starts, but so welcome back to all those students. But also the college will start August 31st. So the community college in our area starts the 31st. So I just want to let the community that there's opportunities between now and the 31st to enroll and take a class or two. So do that. And that concludes my report.
All right. Well, thank you to everybody. For me, I just want to say thanks to the chief and thanks to all the watch captains to put on the National Night Out. It was a great event. Every single house had a lot of residents that were there. It was a great opportunity for us to meet and introduce our police chief. Also, thank our city manager for being available and going out with us and making the rounds. The city really well received us. They heard, asked a lot of questions, and put us through the test. But at the end of the day, I think we did a really good job of just being there to answer their questions, and that's really what our job is to hear them out, answer the questions, and when their concerns are being raised, it's our job to address those concerns and listen to them. So thank you for that. I will just also bring up that, the Junior Athletic Association is still looking for softball coaches. So we have a need for 3 softball coaches in the majors division, which is the older girls division. So if anyone is interested in coaching a majors division team, please reach out to the Junior Athletic Association. The more coaches that we have, it's the more girls that can actually play during the league. So, we want to make sure that we can get more of those young ladies out on the field. And just to sweeten the pot, if you sign up for a coach, one of these last 3 that are signing up, if you sign up for the coach, I'll cover your daughter's sign up for spring of the next year. I just want to make sure we get those positions filled. I think every coach means 14 or 13 girls get to play. So I think that's an important way to really think about it. So we want to make sure we get those girls on the field. And that's all I have for today. All right, Madam Clerk, consent calendar items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are consent calendar items.
I'll go ahead and open it up to any member of the audience. If any member of the audience has any questions regarding consent calendar items. All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the in-person comments. Anyone on Zoom?
I have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
All right, Mr. Dominguez.
Okay, so this is a good consent calendar. You got a bunch of good stuff here. So let me hit on 6 first with the citywide street roadside, street improvements. So whoever did this item report did a terrific job, because what I love about this item report is that it gives you each project and the breakdown for each project. All the stuff that went with it, and they really did a top-notch job. So I'm on page 27 here, and the question that I have, and let's see if your Frankenstein there has the guts to answer this question. So on page 27, and this is for Frontage Road, and then it says install wayfinding signage not performed, in parentheses. Again, not performed wayfinding signage. And we were supposed to get 4 of these at $950 for a total of $3,800, 4 signs. So council members, why didn't we get the signage for Frontage Road giving us, indication as to how to find our park? I mean, I've been down that stretch of road last year when you opened the damn park, and it's like a maze with all those goddamn roads. How are people supposed to know how to find their park? So this is a ripoff right here that we didn't get the wayfinding signage. We're supposed to get 4 of them, and they they weren't included as part of this. So if Cervantes can speak on this, why didn't we get the signs, and are we ever going to? Because, I know how to get there, but the folks that don't know and are for the first time going there, how the hell are they going to find their way? We need those signs, damn it. All right, so that's 6. 7, the investment report. So the thing that I want to say, again, council members, you guys are late to the game here. It's 2026, and you guys are just barely figuring out, wait a second, we need a, what do you call it, an investment firm to handle the city's investments. I mean, when one of the first city council meetings that I participated, the former city manager, Chris Jeffers, made the announcement, think of your city hall as a $300 million organization. When he said that, man, it was like, whoa, he woke my ass up with that. I was like, if we're a $300 million organization, how can you run it like an amateur hour operation when you don't even have a professional firm handling the city's investments? Again, you guys are late with figuring this shit out. More massive city neglect, and you're just barely figuring out how to handle the city's investments. That's a joke. All right, so that's 7. And then hang on a second, where's the other one here? Hang on. Where's the other one? Oh, the vehicles. Oh, no, let me go back to 8. With the LA County and the whole thing here. I think this is wonderful. We're going to help these bums, these poor soulless bastards that that lost their lives and their minds due to drugs and winoism. So I want to applaud our city council members for helping out these bums and trying to elevate them and fix their lives. And on 9 with the patrol vehicles. So the thing I want to ask to the chief. So we're going to blow.
All right, thank you. Any other calls on Zoom?
We have Ms. Liz Ruiz.
All right, Ms. Ruiz.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, so actually, I think I could fit in my comment from the last portion regarding the sidewalk repair. How is completion measured? Is it something that is reviewed up the ladder? And I'm only asking that because I live on Kaufman, and up the street closer to Abbott, I did notice that there was a lot
Ms.
of.
Ruiz, is that item on the agenda?
I think it is. I was trying to figure out because it is item number 8. No, wait.
Is it the
Item number 6, the city
6?
sidewalk
Okay.
improvement project.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and so my question is, whether or not these projects are completed, and I'm only asking because I did see the dig alert markings for several portions of the sidewalk that were damaged, but I didn't see it all completed. So I don't know if maybe certain projects run out of money, out of funds, if they're postponed, or what the deal is. But any insight on that would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
We have no other, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close the Zoom portion. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
No emails, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to council. Any questions or comments that we want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did ask City Manager a couple of questions in regards to item number 8. And thank you for those responses. But as I'm going through this, I believe it's item number C, where we were given, I believe, an amount of $585,000 for rental assistance with a maximum of $6,000 per family. Who's going to be running that program? And that's 1. And 2, I want to make sure that that gets on our website so that so it's readily available to the residents, all of the services and the grant money that we did receive. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So that portion of the grant is going to be managed by the city's housing
Authority?
department. Yes.
Okay. And the last question was on item number 9, the purchase of the vehicles. I didn't get a response as to when those leases are up.
So the chief's prepared to discuss that. So we have a portion of our fleet for the police that in the past have been leased, and we have a portion that have been purchased. And at this point, he was able to confirm that these were purchased long ago, but you can give us some detail of these particular vehicles and why we're recommending replacing them at this time.
Yes, sir. So these three specifically these three patrol cars, because that's what they are. One is a 1995 Ford Explorer with 140,000 miles. The other one is a 2015 Ford Explorer with 152,000 miles. And the third one, it's a 2008 Dodge Charger with 102,000 miles. Now, according to the standard of fleet management, the recommended time of service for a patrol car is from 3 to 5 years. These vehicles have exceeded that amount of years of service. Also, according to the standard, vehicles should be replaced at about 100,000 miles. And as you can see, these vehicles have, again, exceeded that amount of mileage. And in the long run, they become very expensive because they keep on breaking down. They have transmission problems, suspension problems, electrical problems, and we're better off buying new cars. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to talk a little bit about item number 4, Mr. Cervantes, because we earlier said about positions that we fill on a temporary basis. And can you kind of, and again, we've been here long enough to understand it, but just for the people that are listening in, how this is not in violation of like hiring people on a temporary basis and taking union jobs?
Yeah, Councilmember, thanks for the opportunity. The engineering division oversees a engineering program that is funded with over $100 million. This engineering program has a wide spectrum of technical needs ranging from traffic engineering, stormwater, and what have you. We manage our program with a combination of staff that is there full-time. Staff is mainly experts in program management, project management, or what have you. There's a second need, and that's the need for specialty technical services. Technical services over many years have been provided by consultants. Traffic engineering services, which is the item that you're referring to. The city has had that traffic engineering service program in place for over 30 years. So what we're putting before you is just simply a continuation of that. That's a specialty service that's always been provided by a consultant, not full-time staff, but by a consultant. They're only here 20 hours a week. And so any traffic engineering analysis that needs to be done is either done by that individual or they're a company that comes with a wide-ranging depth of different traffic engineering needs within that specialty itself. So it's not replacing a full-time position. It's not replacing a full-time position temporarily. It's simply continuing a specialized service that we've had in place for over 30 years.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify that for people who are listening in. They heard a lot of back and forth as to why we don't hire people on a temporary basis or get volunteers and that sort of thing. And so this kind of sort of clears that up for them.
And I'll just piggyback on that. I think this was some of the skill set here was something that I think there was an attempt to do an in-house hire that included some of those skills.
Yes, at one point in time, the council expressed interest in replacing the specialty service with a full-time person. We budgeted that a full-time individual. We recruited several times. We weren't able to fill that position. As part of the budget reorganization, we did away with that position and brought in entry-level staff to help us with more of the program management side. So there was an attempt to fill it with a permanent position, but that never panned out.
Yeah, and again, I hope, was that it for you? Okay, and I hope that if the UUT passes, that there's an opportunity for that because those are very important positions. The delay in projects is just not a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
I'll just add to that because I think it was part of the reorganization that you did, right, Arturo, that where you brought in two junior engineers, and this is kind of filling that gap of the senior. Is that part of that?
Yeah, that's correct. And further background is we've now done 2 restructurings. Some years ago, we restructured the engineering division in hopes of bringing in higher level positions, which was when we created the principal civil engineer. We created this position in particular. The second restructure was the most recent one, but that because of the budget issues and our challenges in recruiting, we reorganized and we restructured to bring in to do away with the experience and seasoned positions which require higher levels of funding and bring in lower level positions which require entry-level individuals. So it's all part of that.
Thank you. And I just want to reference a little bit, just for the public's sake, item 6, residential resurfacing project. You know, we did a lot of sidewalks, curves, and ramps, and various streets throughout the neighborhoods. And I think it's important that the community knows this, because I know they were saying, well, we've done the major streets, you know, Tweedy, Firestone, Garfield, Imperial, and Long Beach, but what about the community streets in the neighborhood? So we're starting to do that. So I just wanted to highlight that tonight. And that's, yeah. And the other thing I wanted staff to comment on, so that the public understands, item 8, how this Measure A was going to the COG, money that was earmarked for the cities too, but it was going to the COG, right? And so that the people have an understanding. We have somebody on our council that sits on the COG, but how this decision was rendered now to bring the money locally versus being at the COG.
Yeah, it's a lot of acronyms for people maybe not familiar with it. There's a measure that has existed for a long time to help things like homelessness services that the county collects. And then they've added to that in a recent ballot measure to augment it. And then those funds would get allocated mainly to county services, but a small amount would get sent to individual communities to try to augment some of the homeless work that we would do. And there was a decision regionally many years ago to collect all of the funds for the gateway cities, for those familiar, the Southeast LA area, and centralize them at the central COG office, which is there for the gateway cities, and then have applications to use the funds from all the different cities to try to find economies for scale. And there's some benefits to that helped. Part of those funds help with the Bell Shelter, which is a centralized shelter in the city of Bell that cities all around access. So there is some benefit to centralized funds to help that get going. But we did do an analysis, again, as we're going through every department to be as effective and efficient as possible. And we looked and said, well, the amount of funds that we're receiving when we've asked for them, we looked and compared that amount on average to what we would get in our allocation if we received it directly. And we realized there was a gap that we were not getting all those funds. So when it came to this year, there was a question of, did we want to participate in the centralized model or receive the funds directly? And for our particular city, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the centralized model, we partner with the COG all the time. Great organization, very helpful in many areas. But in this particular area, we took the step to separate it and then work out a negotiation that the chief staff worked on to negotiate how those funds would get used. We don't have complete discretion, so the allocations you see there are worked out with a plan. They're not going to hand over the money unless they agree with how we use them. But this has resulted in more funds for these services than we've gotten in the past.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments, I'll go ahead and ask, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve 4 through 9.
I'll second.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes, except on item number 6, I'm going to recuse myself. It's a project that's within 500 feet. At least one of the streets is Frontage Road, is within 500 feet from where I live.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Item number 10, Madam Clerk.
Ratifying the nomination by Vice Mayor Al Rios of Xochitl Pichardo to the Parks and Recreation Commission, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank Thank you. I'm gonna, I think she was here earlier, but I guess left. I mean, she's someone that I'm appointing I would like to appoint to the Parks and Recreation Commission. She's been involved with the community for many years here, living here in the city, having a business. She's a businesswoman on State Street. She has a business there, and she has, her daughter's involved in the aquatics summit. She's been on the board there, the aquatic center, and I just think it would be good to have her, someone that's been involved with our parks, to serve as a commissioner for the Parks and Rec. So I'm sorry she couldn't stay this later, but I hope we could approve her tonight.
I'll second that motion.
Yeah, for first and second. Do we have to open it, Mr. City Attorney, right? Okay, we'll open it up to any member of the audience if you have any questions or comments regarding the appointment of Ms. Chardo. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the in-person. Anyone on Zoom?
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
All right, Mr. Dominguez.
Okay, so when I saw this item on the agenda, I went to church and I cried my eyes out and I asked, why, sweet Jesus, why are they doing this? Why is this even happening? Council members, this isn't even necessary. I mean, why are you eliminating one of our key commissioners on the Parks and Rec? The vice mayor has 3 aces as commissioners. He's got Victor Zamudio, Edgar Pelayo, and Jimmy Ozeta, and now he wants to be punitive and remove one of his commissioners. So it's bad enough that you people have trashed our city's revenue and have neglected it by looking the other way and not building up our business community. Now you want to trash one of our commissions? And I want to point out to the council members that last year was myself, Edgar Pelayo, Caroline Montevilla, and Steve Clossley. We went in front of the Citizens Advisory Committee and asked them to give as much as they possibly could in CDBG funds to our Department of Parks and Recreation. And by a set of circumstances, they just said, yes, okay, we're going to give you 1.1 million. And the reason why that happened is because the city had accumulated all these unspent facade renovation funds that weren't used for like 4 or 5 annual action plans. And then finally, they pulled it together and we looked out and they gave us the money. And if it weren't for, again, the help of Edgar Pelayo and myself pushing Steve Costley, and he didn't even want to be there. If we didn't put pressure on him to be there, we wouldn't have gotten the money. And thankfully, Costley was there, and off the top of his head, he was able to state to the commissioners, what type of projects could have benefited from the funds. So, and also, I want to remind you that I asked the chairman of the Parks and Recreation Commission, Alan Flores. The fucking guy didn't do nothing. I asked the guy if he could please be there, and the fucking chairman did nothing. But Edgar Pelayo was there. So, and this is the type of individual that we have on our Parks and Recreation Commission who wants to better our city, wants to fix our city, and elevate our city. And here you want to be punitive and punish the man and then take him off one of our commissions? This is unnecessary. But this is the type of thing that you City Hall goblins do. So I want to instruct the council members to say no and vote no on this and keep Edgar Pelayo on our Parks and Recreation Commission. I'll end with that.
All right, thank you.
For the record, Mr. Pelayo resigned, so, okay. So I guess it's, just to clarify that.
Did you want to comment on that?
I did. It's a municipal code that says that whenever you have a member on a commission who has qualified as a candidate, then that member is by code disqualified by serving on the commission. It is not a result of Councilmember Rios or anyone taking any punitive action there. You just need to take a look at the municipal code, and it provides the disqualifying factor, and one of those is running for office.
Yeah, that was my recollection.
And that's not new. That's been on the books for decades and decades.
Yeah, when I ran for the first term, I had to resign my Parks and Recs and Tweedy Mile Advisory Board Commission appointments.
And that makes two of us. When I ran for treasurer, I left my seat as a planning commissioner as well.
Yeah, and I was appointed to the Planning Commission by Vice Mayor Rios, and when I ran for office, it's an automatic. It's a municipal code, and so I hope Mr. Dominguez understands that. But, all right, there you go. Everybody said it, city attorney and so on.
Anyone else, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, we have Miss Liz Ruiz on the line.
Ms. Reese?
Liz Ruiz, yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm looking forward to this appointment and working with somebody from the aquatics program. I think it will be a great addition to the Parks Commission, having just that, overall involvement, especially with some of our partner organizations and somebody as important as who's had experience with the aquatics program, just because of how many youth go through that program, and just, hopefully we can figure out how to better support something as successful as that. I know you guys, should remember all the youth that have come to the council meetings advocating for their program. And so I really look forward to this appointment, and I think it's a great choice. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
We have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
All right, Mr. Montalvo.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Am I coming in okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I just had a quick question. Was there any vetting in this process? Specifically, did Josh Barone send out emails to any of her colleagues or any of her friends or any organizations she belonged to, like he has done with previous people that have come up for a commission? Did he spread any false rumors about this person? Did he do his own investigation like he did with the other person that came up for a commission that he publicly humiliated by, again, lying about her and looking into her? Is that a procedure? Did you follow that procedure? Or was that just for that one particular person that you probably didn't care for? Or maybe you didn't like the council person that was appointing it? I'm kind of confused on that now because it wasn't mentioned. So did you investigate like you did the other person that you humiliated publicly? If you can please answer that. Thank you.
We have no other, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I'll bring it back to council. Any questions? Any
I can
comments?
say I've actually met her. She's an amazing person. She's a strong advocate for the swim team. In fact, she was one of the ones that was really pushing for the scoreboard
And touchpad.
and the touchpads, which we have. And so again, to answer the question, have we vetted? Absolutely. And I think, I think you met her as well, right?
Yeah, she helped me get in contact with the president of the aquatics when we honored all the women of the nonprofits or partnering organizations that run all of our sports organizations, JAA, Aztecs, and the Southgate Aquatics. She was the one that put me in contact with the president, and we communicate together.
Right. And just to be clear, I don't think suggesting that some comments were made about another person. I got to tell you, if Mr. Trujillo had suggested that he didn't want to be part of the Park Commission, I would have accepted the young lady who had applied. I didn't know much about her, but it was a recommendation from a council member. It would have been okay. But again, I think it's a different thing. But anyhow, you have a motion and a second.
Roll call, Councilmember Avalos.
I'm abstaining.
Councilmember Hurtado.
Absolutely, yes.
Vice Mayor Rios.
Yes.
Mayor Barron.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
So you have a meeting Thursday, right? So you got to make sure you got the information for her. Okay. Huh? Yes.
All right. Item number 11.
The City Council will consider A, approving the warrant register for August 11th, 2026. Grand total is $7,565,298.29. Cancellations are INV-88746. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. I'll go ahead and pass it over to our city auditor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have the warrants here before you. And I guess I'm going to open it up to, the public or any council members. Anybody have any questions? Or I'll open it up to the public first, the people that are here and present. Anybody have any questions on the warrants? I don't see anybody. How about the on-call folks?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we have Mr. Robert Montalvo.
Okay, let's hear it. Mr. Montalvo, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you hear me? Am I coming in okay?
Yes, I could hear you.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions. There's one on the warrant register. It's under Gazero Strategies. It's warrant 14956. I'm wondering if those services overlap the contract we have with our current waste carrier, because it's quite a bit of money that we're spending on that. Also on the warrant item for Mariposa Landscaping, which is 8037 on the warrant. Is there any way we can find out the scope of work that they do and what areas that they actually do work in? I couldn't find anything online or anywhere on the website. There's also another warrant item under, it's 12763. It's Kimley Thorne and Associates. On the line, it says JB Hunt Professional Services. Nothing else is attached to it. So I'm wondering what's behind all that. Like I said, just did a regular search on the company and don't know if it's for a project. And I'm wondering, why are we paying so much money for it if it's a third-party project? And finally, since Council Member Hurtado and Josh Barron collect over $50,000 in insurance, on taxpayer dollars, off our backs, where can I find that on the warrants? Is it paid monthly or yearly? Because nobody seems to want to talk about it, but I want to find out, like, where does it come out on the warrants? Because this is where all our funds come out, right? That's going out. So where can I find out where the over $50,000 on that insurance that they don't even need, that they're stealing from us? Where can I find that at on the warrants? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any more?
We have Mr. Mario Dominguez.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing I want to say about these warrants, this is what I cry about too. These warrants have me crying my eyes out too. I mean, how are we going to pay these warrants? Where are we going to get the money to pay for these warrants? So yeah, I'm a mess over this too. I'll end with that.
Thank you.
We have no other, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Luis, did you follow some of those questions? I'm sorry, I couldn't follow all the questions, and we have.
I wrote down the numbers he was asking about. It's something that we would need to research further. In regards to the question regarding benefits, benefits are paid through payroll, and we do not itemize payroll checks on the warrant run. Warrant runs are intended for accounts payable checks, and so benefits and salaries are not shown as line items in the warrant run.
Okay, so I guess we could get back to him on the other ones, or?
He's welcome to email me.
Oh, okay, so Ms. Martha, if you're still on the line, can you email your questions to Luis and he'll get you a written response?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Any more?
Yeah, just real quick, because there's a question that's been brought up about Athens, the waste hauler. And once again, Athena's out here. Can you confirm that Athena and Athens are not the same?
I can confirm they are not the same. And we
Thank
do
you.
not have a contract with Athens.
Yeah, and so again, either it was a mistake or it's a deliberate misrepresentation. So again, we're getting used to that and we just got to move on. But I'll make a motion to approve the warrants.
And just one quick thing, I just for those members of the public that came previously regarding the flock safety system, there is an item here on the warrants, if I read this correctly. There's a voided check for flock system, and it clearly states here reason not renewing contract, just to make sure that was correct. Right?
I believe that's correct, right, Chief? Yeah, that's correct. Okay.
All right, we got I second the motion. We have a first and second, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes, I just do want to make a comment on the warrant run. It's $7 million. It's going out of our coffers. 5 million of that is going into our insurance. I just want to make sure that that's documented because it is higher than standard.
Yeah, I think it was that high last month too, so I guess that's part of the cost that keeps going up. Yeah, okay. So,
It is our one time that we pay it in one time.
one time, but we paid it last month, are we paying it again this month?
No,
Different policy, sir.
Last month was a different policy.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, we were approving it. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Rios?
Yes.
Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Back to you, Mayor.
All right, and we are
Motion to adjourn?
going to adjourn.
We're outta
We have a
here.
first and second, and we're out of here.
We're ending early.
Thank
you. Okay.